we've got guys that are in the old committee room now asking where everybody is, so. Even though we emailed out. The hearing of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here to our new committee room for the next, hopefully not more than 12 months, while our old committee room is under construction. Without objection, the chair may declare recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Welcome to today's hearing on the U.S. Census Bureau with Director Robert Santos. The Census Bureau conducts several surveys and statistical products, but none is more important than the decennial census of the U.S. population. Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution requires Congress to ensure a population census is taken every 10 years to serve as the basis for apportioning representation in the U.S. House of Representatives and allocating electoral college votes. It also informs how Congress allocates funds and how federal agencies achieve their missions for the American people. Today we will examine the Census Bureau's ongoing planning and preparation for the 2030 census. While this event is still 5 years away, preparation for the 2030 census has already begun. Counting more than 330 million people is a massive undertaking. It requires engagement with national, state, and local stakeholders to encourage full participation. And it also requires the Census Bureau to leverage lessons learned from the 2020 census. Unfortunately, the 2020 census was flawed in ways not seen in prior censuses. The Census Bureau's post-enumeration survey, which measures census count accuracy, revealed significant errors in 14 states, significant errors. These errors predominantly benefited Democrat-leaning states in the allocation of congressional seats and electoral college votes. In contrast to the 2020 census, no states were found to have had such errors in the 2010 census. But in 2020, the post-enumeration survey suggests there were overcounts in New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Hawaii, Delaware, Minnesota, Utah, and Ohio. And there were undercounts in Texas, Florida, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Illinois. 6 of the 8 states benefiting from overcounts tended to favor Democrats in awarding congressional apportionment and electoral college votes. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 states that were unfairly penalized by undercounts tended to vote overwhelmingly Republican. These miscounts had a huge impact on representation. Small numbers of proportional differences in population between states can impact the apportionment calculation. In the 2020 apportionment, a difference of only 89 people was the tipping point for New York being apportioned 26 seats instead of 29. Just 89 people in the state of New York. Based on the 2020 post-enumeration survey, it is likely that miscounts caused Colorado to gain a seat it would have not gained otherwise, and for Rhode Island and Minnesota, to each keep a seat they would have lost. Meanwhile, Texas and Florida likely should have gained a seat. If anybody's been to Texas and Florida lately and been to Rhode Island and Minnesota lately, I would beg to differ that there's a significant difference in the growth and population increases in those states. It's imperative that we understand what went wrong in the 2020 census and take action to mitigate the risk of those similar errors in the 2030 census. Mitigating these risks is even more important because there are major demographic changes happening across the country as citizens of blue states flee from those high-tax sanctuary jurisdictions for red states to enjoy lower taxes, a safer environment, and to exercise more freedom. Finally, the Equal Representation Act, passed out of this committee and by the House earlier this year, is critical to ensuring fairness in our electoral process. This legislation adds a straightforward citizenship question to the decennial census questionnaire to ensure accurate information. It also ensures that only U.S. citizens are counted for apportionment of congressional seats and electoral college votes. American citizens' federal representation should be determined by American citizens only. We must get this bill passed by Congress and signed into law. I look forward to hearing from Director Santos today about the Census Bureau's efforts to prepare for the 2030 census and ensure its success and accuracy. I now yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thanks to you, Director Santos, for joining us here this morning. The census is an essential decennial constitutional function insisted upon by the founders in designing a government of we the people. And the census was conducted and designed in 2020 under the Trump administration, not under the Biden administration. And of course, as the chairman says, there's demographic movement in America, in a free society where people have a constitutional right to travel across state lines and to move. There's always demographic movement. The chairman suggests people are fleeing taxes in the blue states. I know there are people fleeing the anti-abortion restrictions in red states because I met a lot of them over Thanksgiving, actually, young women who don't want to live in the red states under the new regime of state legislative theocratic control over the bodies of women. But in any event, that's all part of the normal course of demographic movement. Americans can decide to live where they want to live. Now, the Bureau faced some giant and unprecedented challenges in conducting the 2020 census. It took place in the COVID-19 global pandemic, which significantly complicated the work of census staff as huge parts of the public were worried about contracting COVID-19. It severely affected the work of the census. Many census activities were suspended or shifted, and in many states and localities, lockdowns and travel restrictions stopped the Census Bureau from accessing entire communities and neighborhoods. A number of other problems caused by the pandemic further affected the count, such as double counting people who had temporarily moved in with their family or friends to try to survive the crisis, or college students being counted twice after being sent home from school mid-semester, or not being counted at all if they were missed. Overcounts can occur when members of a family with a second home list their primary address in different ways, or when a landlord lists a tenant as living in an apartment, even if the tenant lists another residence as their primary address if they've gone to try to wait out the epidemic in a different place. Overcounts and undercounts are not a new problem. They are a traditional problem, a long-standing problem, as the GAO says, but there's always a new variety of challenges in different settings. And obviously, the disastrous response of the federal government to COVID-19 deeply complicated the work of the Census Bureau. The census also had to contend with hurricanes and wildfires affecting a number of different states, and it was conducted following limited tests because of substantial budget cuts that had taken place in the years before the census. There's no reason to see these undercounts and overcounts as anything more than the normal kinds of errors made during exceptionally difficult circumstances. But the usual profusion of conspiracy theories have proliferated from people not interested in making the census work better, but simply in scaring the public and dividing people along party lines. The post-enumeration survey is only intended to measure accuracy for a subset of the population. For example, it doesn't include people living in college dorms or people living in military barracks. Moreover, it draws its conclusions from a very small survey of 170,000 housing units out of 145 million in the country. In other words, the post-enumeration survey is a tool to help inform and guide future census activities. It is not a recount of the census, nor can it be or should it be used to supplant or alter actual census data for purposes of apportionment and distribution of government funds. I appreciate the chairman calling this hearing today because we should all want a complete and accurate 2030 census, but the solutions to achieve it are not really a mystery. Instead of cutting funding for the Bureau, as House Republicans have tried to do this year and years past, we need to make sure it has the resources it needs to conduct the planning and preparatory work that are essential to a truly successful count. Instead of threatening to add a citizenship question to the census, which experts have warned will depress participation, we should support the Census Bureau in fulfilling the clear mandate of counting the whole number of persons in each state set forth in the Constitution. The census must be an independent, non-political exercise conducted by statisticians and qualified professionals, not an arm of the political office of whichever administration happens to be in charge. And we must ensure that the census never becomes an authoritarian tool of fear and control, which is what it is in authoritarian societies. The census must always remain a tool to nourish and improve our democracy by empowering Americans through equal representation and equal access to resources and opportunity. The census plays a critical role in our democracy, guaranteeing there will be a fair allocation of House seats in the country and House districts of equal population within each state. It also assures that government resources and benefits will be distributed fairly. It's not easy to count 334.9 million people in the world's greatest multiracial, multi-ethnic constitutional democracy, and the census must constantly improve its methods. This should be the grounds for analysis and serious conversation, not partisan-motivated conspiracy theory and fear-mongering. Thank you, Director Santos, for your hard work, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this meeting, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today we are joined by the Honorable Robert L. Santos, who is the 26th Director of the U.S. Census Bureau. Director Santos was sworn into his current role on January 5th, 2022, and leads over 4,000 staff members conducting the business of the Census Bureau. He joins us today with over 4 decades of experience conducting survey research, statistical design and analysis, and experience with executive management. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today, Director, and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind you that we have read your written statement, and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired. We would ask that you please try to wrap it up. I now recognize Director Santos for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee. I'm honored to be here today to relay the importance of the Census Bureau's work. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the challenges and opportunities that we face. We embrace our public service role and our special mission to provide quality statistical data about our nation's people, places, and economy. We very much appreciate this committee's vital role in facilitating our mission, as well as supporting our efforts. The Census Bureau applies the best science, the best methods, the best technology available to advance our mission. Our work remains and must always be nonpartisan. In fact, we take great pride in being a nonpartisan federal statistical agency. Our core values are scientific integrity, objectivity, transparency, and independence. And we live those values in all we do. As director, I focus on where we're going and how we can get there nimbly, effectively, and efficiently. The Census Bureau enjoys a legacy of innovation. It's a legacy we're proud of. We face challenges that range from rising data collection costs to diminishing public trust in government. And yes, those two are related. Yet our staff possess the talent, the tenacity, and the creativity to address these challenges. And this brings me to today's moment. I'll highlight some of the important areas of work at our agency. My written statement covers these in great detail. With regard to the 2030 census, our goal is to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. Our strategy focuses on enhancing operations and technologies, on spurring further innovation through small-scale testing, and on expanding our systems and methods. Our upcoming 2026 test will assess our operational design. Design improvements from this test will then feed into our 2028 dress rehearsal, and the dress rehearsal then will represent a start-to-finish run of operations. And with that, we'll be ready to launch in January 2030, as we always do in remote Alaska. More broadly, the Census Bureau is transforming and modernizing into a 21st century federal statistical agency. We're leveraging non-survey data sources and blending them with survey data to produce accurate, timely, and actionable data products. Recent efforts include a new statistical products first approach that starts with the purposes and uses of statistical data that people and businesses need. We're also spearheading a multi-year effort to modernize the current population survey in partnership with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This will ensure its long-term sustainability. We're launching an annual integrated economic survey, which replaces 7 independent economic surveys. It promotes efficiency and reduces respondent burden. We're expanding to access to data tools and apps like My Community Explorer and Census Business Builder and Community Resilience Estimates, among others. And we're deepening our engagement with American Indian and Alaska Native communities and tribal nations, where Census Bureau statistics are critical to addressing the governance of needs of the tribes. All the while, we're continuously seeking input from and engaging stakeholders and partners, including Congress. You see, providing the public with relevant data helps to motivate participation among people and businesses in our censuses and surveys. After all, we cannot achieve our mission without public involvement. In closing, I wish to thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director. We'll begin with questions. The Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Santos, for being here today. As the Census Bureau notes on its website, our founders included the decennial census in the Constitution to, quote, empower the people over their new government, end quote. To achieve this, each person must be counted so that reapportionment can proceed and give each state the proper number of representatives in the House and the proper number of votes in the Electoral College. It's concerning then that the 2020 Census post-enumeration survey found that certain states had statistically significant overcounts and certain states had undercounts. Can you explain how these undercounts tended to harm red states and the overcounts tended to benefit blue states?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. I'll start by saying that we are a nonpartisan federal statistical agency, and we strive for perfection, although it can never be achieved. As I said earlier, we use the best methods, the best science, the best data, the best trained people and experts in order to carry out a decennial census.
So you're telling us that, but what assurances do we have that the Census Bureau didn't try harder to find people to count in the states that saw overcounts? What proof do you have that that did not happen?
We have the proof of independent assessments by places like the National Academies, by the Government Accounting Office, and our own extensive data gathering and quality analyses that demonstrate that we followed protocol in the midst of a pandemic. And so we are confident that we did the best possible job, and we're very proud of the job that we did for 2020.
But it is rather unusual that this census in 2020 had such a deviation from past censuses. Is that not correct?
Thank you for that question. Interestingly, it was almost unusual that in 2010 there was no statistical significantly different coverage estimates for all 50 states. Most censuses have some states that end up being overcounted and some being undercounted. It is a byproduct of any process, any manufacturing process. No manufacturing process is perfect.
So for the 2030 census, have you identified ways to minimize any overcount and undercount? What are you going to do in the new census?
Thank you very much for that question, Congresswoman. We take the role of counting everybody only once and in the right place incredibly seriously. We not only conduct the post-enumeration study, which you've cited in the statistics on over and undercounts of states, but we have several other assessments. We have a demographic analysis. We have administrative record checks and so forth. And what we're doing is we're identifying the populations that require additional attention. It turns out that I'd say about 60% of the nation's population is relatively easy to count because they self-participate. The balance tend to be individuals that represent historically undercounted people. And so we are focusing our attention to engage, to create better participation among those populations.
Will you be using new technologies such as artificial intelligence in the 2030 census? And how will those technologies be tested to make sure they provide accurate results and do not open new pathways for error?
Thank you for that question. That is a very important question. We see and have been using artificial intelligence and machine learning in many of our operations for years. We have quality checks that assure that egregious errors do not occur. And we typically use the AI and machine learning to create efficiency and effectiveness by leveraging administrative data, by reducing the efforts in coding, in softwares, and creating better systems.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was intrigued by something the chairman had to say in his opening remarks, where he said that the loss of 89 people or 89 people short on the census in New York led to the reduction of the U.S. congressional delegation from New York by 3 seats.
I said 1 seat.
Okay, you may have misspoken because I looked up. In any event, it was 1 seat. New York lost a seat. And I found an article about that August 12, 2021, New York Times. New York loses House seat after coming up 89 people short on census. It's hard for me to see how, if the Census Bureau was involved in some partisan plan to enhance representation in blue states, and the difference of 89 people could not have been planted by a conspiracy theory if there was one afoot. But there wasn't, but New York lost a seat. It seems like that example completely contradicts the thesis that there was some effort afoot to artificially inflate delegations in blue states. In any event, if we talk about what really happened in 2020, and I understand you weren't there, the Trump administration was in control. You were not the director at the time, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but the Census Bureau, even under the Trump administration, was facing very difficult odds and difficult challenges in trying to make an accurate count. And I wonder if you would just explain what was the consequence of COVID-19 on the work of the Census Bureau?
Thank you for that question, Ranking Member Raskin. There was some uncanny, terrible timing to the tragic pandemic. On March 12th, we announced the availability of online participation in the March 12th, 2020. We announced that online participation in the census was now possible.
Was that the first time that it ever happened?
It was the absolute first time. It was new technology that we were using. And in fact, I'll go further to say that throughout the census enumeration period, we never experienced 1 second of downtime with that online system.
But still, there were lots of people who didn't go online. Then you had to do it the traditional way. And just quickly, if you would, what were the challenges posed by COVID-19?
Thank you. Society shut down. We had to literally stop all field operations for several weeks and nimbly reconstitute our operational plan for the remaining time. We had to find 1 million masks for our and other protective devices for our staff, instruct them and train them on how to do that. In the meantime, people were consolidating households with elderly upstairs with COVID who were most possibly dying. And so this notion that folks would simply stop and say, oh, it's time to do a census and run and complete a form.
What about all the wildfires in the West and the hurricanes? Were those also an obstacle for your work?
Those exacerbated the impact of the pandemic. Louisiana experienced a horrible hurricane that wiped out housing units and communities. Wildfires were rampant. There were also floods and things of that sort. So those were challenges.
And I know, I remember, certain other members of the committee remember that the administration tried to stop the count a month early and said it would cut it off when only 63% of the households had responded to the census. What was the result of that confusion?
Well, you probably would have to ask the previous director for the details on that. What I can say is that that would have been absolutely tragic to the decennial census because we still had a lot of work to do, and we were able to do it in that remaining month. Okay,
the post-enumeration survey is a useful tool that produces estimates of these net undercounts and overcounts. We know it's limited because it's a limited size sampling, as I said before. It's not a redo of the census in any way. And I know some of our colleagues actually sued to stop the Census Bureau from using sampling in apportionment decisions back in 1998. And now today the suggestion is that this far more limited survey using a sampling method is somehow more accurate than the census itself. What is more accurate, this technical sampling technique afterwards or the actual block-by-block census approach?
Well, that is an interesting question, Chairman, so thank you for asking that. We spent $13.8 billion to do a complete enumeration. That has, and we use the best science, the best methodologies, the best people, et cetera. That provides some credence as well as the independent expert reviews by national academies and such on the value and the accuracy and the fitness for use of the decennial census. The post-enumeration survey is designed not to estimate over or undercounts, but to find where are the weaknesses and strengths in the methodologies that we use so that we can plan for a better subsequent decennial census.
You. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You made the point that the 2010 census was fairly accurate. Here I'm Director Santos. Appreciate you being here, by the way. What I would like to know is, this is somewhat out of character for our census. They're never perfect, but they're generally pretty reliable, except for the 2020 census. So what I'd like to know is how much of the survey is based on actual direct contacts versus estimates?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it one more time so I can?
Okay, I'm not going to allow you to filibuster me.
No,
This
I want to answer you.
This is a very direct question. How much of the census survey was based on direct contacts or estimates versus estimates? Was it 80% direct contacts? Was it 10% direct contacts? Do you know that?
We will have to take that as a question for a record, but allow me to simply say that direct contact, if somebody responds to an online, that is a direct
that counts.
contact.
I'm
as
trying to
opposed to-
determine how much is of the census in 2020 was based on estimates.
Okay. You're talking about the 2020 census?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Congressman. The estimates, and you may be referring to.
No, you're filibustering. It's a simple question. And I'm going to assume that a substantial part of it was based on estimate. Okay. If it's based on estimates, then who does the estimate? Who's responsible for doing the estimates? Is it a group of individuals, one individual? How's that done?
Well, to answer your
now
first.
give me a direct answer. I worked in engineering. I understand direct answers. I ask you a direct question. Give me a direct answer. Is it one individual? Is it a group of individuals? Who does the estimate?
We will get back to you as a
I'm not
question of
asking for
record.
names. I'm just
No,
asking.
I don't, if I
Okay.
knew the exact number, I would
Here's
give it
what
to you.
here's what I want to know. If it's based on estimates, when you do estimates, you have a basis for the estimate. Documentation. Will you produce the documentation for the estimates?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, he has agreed to do that. I would appreciate if you do that before the end of the year. That would be very helpful. And I assume that you maintain these files for full documentation of these estimates. If you're using estimates, and we've always used estimates, I mean, that's been a part of the, how is it that the estimate undercounts were predominantly in the red states with only one exception? Because when you're using estimates, if you're making mistakes, it should be broadly dispersed without regard of the geographic location of the state. So how is it, if you were doing estimates, that it was disproportionately red states that were undercounted?
Thank you for the detailed question, Congressman. I am not familiar with the statistics.
You're a statistician, though. I look.
Oh,
at your background.
absolutely.
Okay, statistically, when you have that significant an anomaly, how do you explain that?
Well, there are 50 states.
I know, but and that's the point. There's 14 states where the counts were inaccurate. The ones that had the undercounts are disproportionately red states. That statistically is an anomaly. You should know that. So how do you have, this is why it's so important, and I am counting on accurate information on the basis for these estimates. That when you overcount New York by almost 700,000 people and you undercount other states, that is very problematic from a statistical perspective. So how do you explain it?
Well, thank you.
I know you're not thanking me for the question. You're filibustering. Give me an answer.
Random processes, if you take the 50 states and you randomly assign 14.
It's not a random process when you have a statistical anomaly like we see here.
All possibilities can occur in a random assignment of 14 to 50 states, including the one that was currently realized.
Are you going to tell me that the people who were responsible for the estimates in the red states were incompetent? Their data was flawed? Mr. Chairman, I am not satisfied with the responses that I've gotten from the director. I think we may need to follow up on this. I am very anxious to see what they provide us in terms of the verification, validation basis for how they did these estimates, because I think it is problematic just on a statistical perspective, and he knows that. I yield back.
Congressman, we would be more than happy to provide you and your staff and the committee with a full briefing on these. We are confident that the methodology was solid and that there are no anomalies.
Mr. Palmer will submit questions, and we do that. We say that at the end of the hearing. We'll submit questions and expect a response, and that response will be published in our final committee hearing report. So we'll make sure that we coordinate with that, Mr. Palmer. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Santos, thank you for being here today. The census plays a critical role for communities across the country. For example, in fiscal year 2021, more than 2.8 trillion, that's trillion with a T, dollars across 353 federal assistance programs were directed by census data. Census data helps determine the federal funding communities get for critical services like hospitals, fire departments, and schools. Director Santos, in order to accurately understand the makeup and needs of our communities, do you agree that we need to ensure that as many people as possible respond to the Census Bureau's surveys?
Yes, I agree with that.
Director Santos, what effect can it have on communities when populations are undercounted?
That can lead to underfunding.
The Republican bill to fund the census for fiscal year 2025 would require certain migrants be excluded from apportionment decisions based on census data. In 2019, the Trump administration tried to do this by attempting to add a question to the 2020 census asking about citizenship status. Research has shown that adding a citizenship question could have led to 9 million fewer people completing the 2020 census. And census staff reported that just the debate over adding such a question in 2019 made people fearful to engage with the census. Notably, we already have methods for understanding citizenship trends because of other Census Bureau surveys. Mr. Santos, isn't it true that the Census Bureau already asks about citizenship in the annual American Community Survey?
That is correct.
The American, were you finished?
I said correct.
The American Community Survey was created to make the decennial census simpler to complete. This facilitates higher participation and preserves privacy, and better census data in turn enhances that communities receive funding and support that align with their needs. Asking about citizenship status on the census would discourage people from participating and undermine the constitutionality, the constituently directed purpose of the census. It would particularly impact minorities who are already undercounted in the Senate. I have introduced the Ensure Full Participation in the Census Act, H.R. 7911, to prohibit the Census Bureau from asking questions on the decennial census about citizenship, nationality, or immigration status. I urge my colleagues to join me in addressing this issue by co-sponsoring my bill. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Just generically, is it correct to state that the purpose of the census is to conduct a head count, which is to be used to determine the apportionment of this body and of presidential electors?
Correct.
And thus, inaccurate census counts could lead to skewed proportional representation among states in this body and a misallocation of electoral college votes.
Correct.
Has the Census Bureau identified any statistics? Well, let me ask it this way. We have seen reports that statistically significant overcounts were identified in New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Hawaii, Delaware, Minnesota, Utah, and Ohio. Conversely, statistically significant undercounts were identified in Texas, Florida, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Illinois. And I personally, even though this has never been reported, I always think Arizona got hosed on that as well. But anyway, is that accurate, what I just, with regard to overcount and undercount?
I didn't compare it to the list I had, but I'm sure that you are correct.
And there were also, in 2010 and 2000, there was also undercounts and overcounts in those censuses as well.
Correct.
Okay. And because it is so vital, Congress has given authority for there to be penalties for failure to answer the decennial census. And that's a $5,000 fine. Is that fair?
I'm not familiar with the amount of the fine, but it is correct.
Do you know the last time somebody was actually had that fine imposed for failure to respond to the decennial census?
The Census Bureau is not an enforcement agency, and we have.
Well, I know, that's what I'm just asking. Do you know?
So I was continuing with, we have never prosecuted anyone for not
So
participating.
to your knowledge, no one's ever.
That is correct.
Okay. You conduct other surveys, one of which is this document, American Community Survey, right?
Correct.
And it has a much more detailed set of questions like whether the respondent's house, apartment, or mobile home has a sink with a faucet, the amount of money paid monthly for rent, electricity, highest level of educational attainment of respondents and their families, whether they have health insurance coverage, whether last week was this person temporarily absent from a job, what their wages are, amount of income from interest, dividends, or rental income, whether the respondent has difficulty concentrating because of a physical, mental, or emotional condition, whether the respondent has difficulty dressing or bathing, and the list goes on and on. Mm-hmm. And that would be in the American Community Survey. There's penalties for failure to respond to that as well.
Correct.
What are those penalties?
I am not familiar with those, but I expect that they would be similar to the decennial because the American Community Survey is part of the decennial census, but spread across time.
So how many times has someone been prosecuted for failing to respond to a Census Bureau survey, including the American Community Survey?
To my knowledge, that has never occurred.
So, but you have it on the survey, and it scares the holy crap out of our constituents, saying that if you don't file this, and look, I had my deceased father-in-law was 85. He had some coming back every 3 weeks telling him that they were going to put him in jail if he didn't answer this thing. I mean, this is the absurdity. I'm not blaming you per se, because it's Congress's fault. Because I think the whole frickin' American Community Survey should not be going forward. You got the decennial census. There is a purpose to that decennial census, and as you said, it is the apportionment. That's what it's about. But when we start saying, hey, do you know who all lives here at your house? Do you got running water? And those types of things. I can tell you what my constituents, they say, we just want to be left alone. Why is the federal government continuing to go on? We're happy to answer every 10 years the census and say, we got 6 people here, 4 people, whatever it is. And I have a major problem with this, and I have a major problem with the fact that we hold it over people's heads, saying, if you don't answer this monstrosity here, you have criminal culpability. And that's a huge problem. And the reason I say that, I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with us, is because we're the ones who can fix that, and we need to fix it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And that's the purpose of this hearing, to make sure the same mistakes don't happen in 2030. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Director. You know, the backstory on this is if you live in a state where the elected officials are telling you, you know, it's run by the deep state, don't give information, be fearful of the government, that might be a partial explanation as to why people aren't filling out the survey. I agree, it's onerous and it asks way too many questions, but, you know, we can work on that and make it better. But I just want to push back on this. I hear people repeating this op-ed article about Massachusetts being overcounted. The mistakes on the last census, Mr. Director, were bipartisan. It was a mess in Massachusetts. I know you had some excuses with COVID and all that, but I know my district. I know my district. We have about 500,000 students in Massachusetts. I got 35 colleges just in my city of Boston, 35 colleges and universities. We did nothing on counting those kids. I know a lot of them were back and forth. Some of them, you know, took a gap year or whatever. We did nothing on those. The disparity in my district between the affluent suburbs and some of the areas I represent in urban areas, large minority populations, they're classified as hard to count. We didn't do any door-to-door, totally undercounted. I had a 30% response rate in some of my urban areas where I grew up. And then I have a 70% response rate in some of my affluent suburbs. So there's some real problems there with actually going out and counting people. So what are you doing about that, about the hard-to-count population there, and also the student population? My Secretary of State, Bill Galvin, does an awesome job and was all over this, and we could not get, he's the liaison for Massachusetts to the census, and we could not get people to come in and do that work during the last census, and he was all over this, and it was a very frustrating experience. So what are we doing about that?
Yes, we understand that there are historically undercounted populations and communities because of evidence like low self-response rates in particular communities. We believe that has in large part due to distrust in government. And what we've done is launched a continuous engagement initiative where we are going out and putting a human face on the Census Bureau, providing the data to communities and
I appreciate that. Let me speak to that issue, because in the past, I'm not talking about the 2020 census, but in the past, we've had trusted figures help locally with the census. So we've had pastors, you know, some of the black churches get involved, some of the community leaders get involved, elected officials get involved. And so, we explain to people, I grew up in the housing projects, I go door to door in my housing project, I explain to people that federal funding depends on our response, and that means for veterans, for housing, for health care, for daycare. There's trillions of dollars in federal money that depends on the count of the census. And when you explain that to people, and when that is explained to people by people that they trust, people will fill out that census form.
Here, here.
And so, yeah, so what I'm asking you is, let's not let that happen again in the next census. Let's get back. Work with Secretary Galvin. He's one of the best. He's our liaison for Massachusetts. He's all over this. He knows the state. And I'm just asking you to let's get back to a granular level where people actually understand what the census is for. Maybe we should work together on getting rid of some of the extraneous questions about, that people find off-putting, and that that anger them and cause them not to fill out the form. Maybe we get rid of some of those questions. I'm for that.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will yield.
So, but are you aware there are 353 different programs where assistance depends on people completing the census?
Right.
More than 300 of them.
Trillions of dollars. It's a great point to the ranking member. Yeah, thank you. My time has expired, but I'm willing to work with you, Director Santos. We got to do a better job than we did last time. I yield back.
I agree. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here. Sir, should people from other countries be counted for purposes of apportionment or voting in the United States?
What
People that live in other countries that aren't citizens of the United States.
we count all residents of the United States.
Residents of the United States. But my question is, should people that live in other countries, I'll be clear, should people that live in other countries that aren't citizens of the United States be counted for apportionment or be approved to vote in elections in the United States?
Approved to vote for election?
Yeah.
That is a policy decision.
No, I'm asking, okay, so is it the policy right now of the United States that people that reside in other countries that aren't citizens of the United States can be counted for apportionment and vote in elections in the United States?
Yes to the first and no to the second.
People that live in other countries that aren't citizens can be counted for apportionment.
If they
That's your
if
answer?
they are permanent residents of the U.S.
No, people that are residents of other countries that are not citizens of the United States.
If you are a resident of another country, you should not be counted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think this is a hard question,
No.
but maybe it is.
No,
You should not be counted. Should you be able to vote?
correct. You should not be
You
able.
should not be able. So I agree with you on those two conditions. So that's a matter of geography, right? You're living somewhere else. You're not a citizen of the United States, so you shouldn't be counted. You shouldn't vote. That's a matter of geography. But if you are still a citizen of another country, but you just come to the United States, should you be counted for apportionment and should be allowed to vote? The only thing that's different in that scenario is you are no longer in the other country. That's the only thing different. Should you be counted for apportionment? Should you be allowed to vote?
Well, I just want to be clear that our job is to count all residents in the U.S. and provide the numbers to the president.
All residents or all citizens?
All people who are residents of the U.S.,
And
whole
what is that
persons
based
in the
on?
U.S.
What is that based on?
That's based on the 1790 Census Act. It calls for the counting of all
And what about the
persons.
Constitution? Is that based in the
That-
Constitution at all?
It's
Article
in the
1, Section 2?
Constitution.
And the 14th Amendment? Does
Yes.
the 14th Amendment not say citizens, notwithstanding?
I'm not that familiar with that.
I'm sorry?
I am not that familiar with the language.
Well, my goodness, you ought to be. You're the guy that's counting, and you ought to know who you're counting and why you're counting them.
Well, we absolutely know that we count all residents of the United States.
All residents.
Yes.
So I can be someone who's from a foreign country, not a citizen. I just come over here and I move here, and I'm accounted to make decisions on behalf of the citizens of the United States.
That is correct.
So let's just take another scenario. I come into your home. I'm not a member of your family. I don't live there, but I come in and I take up residence in your garage. And I start helping you make decisions for your family. Would you see that as the correct way to do things or the incorrect way to do things?
I think that's a decision for the family. If you're talking about families working with each other,
I'm talking
I
about
have
your
no comment.
family. I don't know you. This is the first time we've met. You don't know me, right? We haven't met before. So I just move in. I squat in your home and I start saying, look, I think you ought to park your car outside the garage because I'm living in here now. Is that going to be acceptable to you?
It's actually irrelevant to why I'm here today.
No, what it is ludicrous. It's not irrelevant because what you're saying is that that's exactly what we're doing in the United States, and you agree with that, allowing people from foreign countries who don't have citizenship, who don't live here, who don't have any authority to be here, yet somehow are given the authority through your office to vote, make decisions, and be counted for apportionment of taxpayer dollars under your census, under your counting. Do you consider yourself a statistical agency or a counting agency?
We're a federal statistical agency.
No, you're a counting agency. I took statistics. I took probability. Your job is not statistics. Your job is counting. The census is to do the count, not come up with statistics about how many toilets are in my home. That's not your job. Your job is to count, sir, and you should count citizens of the United States for apportionment and voting rights. I yield.
Gentleman yields chair. Now recognize Mr. Conley from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Santos. And I do agree with my friend from Pennsylvania. None of us are interested in how many toilets he has in his home. Mr. Santos, your directive comes from the Constitution of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, like the Postal Service, it's a mandated activity by the Constitution of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the language in the Constitution says, does it not, that the census is to count every person in the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It doesn't say resident. It says person.
The Census Act includes...
No, the Constitution
Okay.
does
Fair
not
enough.
say resident. It says person. Is
All
that correct?
persons. Correct.
It doesn't say American citizen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why do you think the founders, in writing the Constitution, use that language? Why wouldn't they just say count every citizen?
I am not a historian, Congressman, so I would leave that to others.
Well, you want to speculate with me? I mean, wouldn't we want to know who's living in the United States, who's here, whether they're citizens or not? Might that not be an important piece of information?
Our job is to do a complete enumeration, and we do that.
But that's the mandate you've got, right?
Correct.
Right. So I was listening to the chairman, and he seemed to be suggesting we only ought to count American citizens. If I read the Constitution correctly, and I know my friend, the ranking member, is a constitutional scholar, if you want to change that, you got to change the Constitution. You got to amend the Constitution. There have also been hints and innuendos, Mr. Santos, at some kind of conspiracy up there and whatever top management floor you occupy, a cabal that set about to deliberately skew the numbers, that we're going to overcount population in blue states and coincidentally undercount population in red states, thus favoring blue states for the Electoral College and the apportionment here in the United States Congress. I want to give you an opportunity to confirm or deny that you headed a cabal in the Census Bureau to ensure that there was a favorable disposition toward blue states and an unfavorable disposition with respect to enumeration and counting of persons in red states.
I wholly reject that claim.
You reject it.
Yes,
You didn't do that.
we did not do that.
Did you have subalterns who did it?
No.
Were you in doing the count? Do you train census enumerators to wink and blink and have a bias toward a particular political persuasion when they're doing the count?
Absolutely not.
And let me ask about other factors that might affect the count. Let's take money. In the 10 years prior to the 2020 census, were there budget cuts to the Census Bureau's budget?
My recollection is that there were.
There were. Could those budget counts conceivably have an impact on your ability to do the enumeration you're required to do by the Constitution? And could that, in fact, even affect the accuracy of that enumeration?
Yes, in fact, the budget cuts, they led to a cutback in the extent to which we could test the operation leading up to the 2020 census, and that in turn raised the risk that things could go wrong.
And in 2020, in March of 2020, was there some kind of nationwide, in fact global, health tragedy that cost 1.2 million American lives and might have affected the ability to recruit census enumerators, let alone knock on doors and try to get information for those who didn't go online in answering the census?
Yes.
What was that health crisis?
What was that? Come again? What was what?
It was COVID-19?
Yes.
And was that the first such pandemic in the United States and the world in over 100 years?
Correct.
So the combination of the budget and your ability to recruit and do your work based on the worst pandemic in 100 years might have conceivably affected both accuracy and your ability to do the count, though you in fact completed the census. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we are proud of the job we did.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, did it take a constitutional amendment for the Census Bureau to be able to ask Americans whether you rent your home or own your home? Mr.
No.
Connolly said you can't ask if they're a citizen unless we change the Constitution. I understand the Constitution says you got to count persons, and that's what you do. But you ask a lot of other things. You find out a lot of other information. Rent your home. Do you own your home? You ask if they're deaf or if they're blind in this community, American Community Service that comes from the Census Bureau. You ask if they got any mental illness. So you can do that, but you can't ask sort of the fundamental question that applies to how we apportion seats for the United States Congress, whether you're a citizen or not. You can't do that.
We can do whatever we need to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, according to the whatever the.
We just need to tell you to
Secretary.
do that, but Democrats don't want to do that, do they? Somebody doesn't want to do. We want you to find out how many citizens. We want you to find out how many persons are in the country because that's what the Constitution says. And then we passed legislation on this committee. We want you to also ask the question: how many people, how many citizens are there in the country? Are you opposed to doing that?
I am opposed to not providing Congress with the information that it needs.
I understand.
To make
I'm asking. Do you think it's a good idea for Congress, we're the policymakers, to put on the survey, on the census, asking that question, are you a citizen or not?
We will do whatever the mandates
I'm asking
are.
your opinion. You're the guy who does it. What do you think? You think that'd be good for us to do?
I think that we would need to take a very careful look because there is evidence that adding a citizenship question to the decennial census would dampen
Is
participation.
there any evidence when you ask an American citizen, if we ask you if you got a mental illness, that might discourage participation? Did you get any evidence on that?
That is part of the American Community Survey, and we ask it, and we get great participation in that.
So you can ask people whether they got a mental problem, but you can't ask whether they're a citizen or not. And that's the mental problem. That's going to be fine. They're going to participate.
In fact, we ask citizenship in the American Community Survey.
Oh, then why don't you do it in the main one then?
Well, I think we have a responsibility to making sure we understand the risks and benefits of adding any question to the decennial census. In this case, in the case of the citizenship question, there would be a risk of exacerbating undercounts due to dampened self-response, while at the same time, richer data, more valuable data exists with the American Community Survey when you combine citizenship question with all these other socioeconomic variables where the geography, you can get estimates down to a relatively small geographic area.
You think by not asking that in any way impacts how the congressional seats are in fact apportioned around the country? Do you think there's an impact by not knowing specifically the citizens in respective areas? Do you think that there's an impact there?
Yeah, I think I missed the point of the question, please.
Do you think by not having that information that districts can be apportioned to the respective states in a way that doesn't reflect actual citizenship in those states?
I don't have an opinion other than to say we're obliged to count everyone, provide the counts to the president, who gives it to Congress. And it's a policy decision then for Congress to decide how to redistrict, how to use those numbers.
My guess is you go talk to most people on the street, you go talk to people who live in the 4th District of Ohio and say, Do you think we should ask on the census how many people, if you're a citizen of this country, I think most people would say, well, yeah, aren't we doing that already? Most Americans, I think that's sort of, and the fact that we're not, they think, well, that's just the dumbest thing in the world. So I think that's just sort of common sense, and yet we have this big push against doing it, which surprises me because we can do both. It's not an either or, as Mr. Connolly tried to frame it. We can ask do exactly what the Constitution says, find out how many people are in the country, but I don't know why we can't find out how many of those people are actually citizens of this great country. I just don't get that. And again, I think you talk to any American anywhere, and they're going to like, yeah, I don't know why aren't we doing that already? And you guys are like, no, we don't think we should do that, even though we can ask what you drive to work, how much you work, are you getting welfare, do you work for the government, don't you work for the government, do you got a mental illness, are you deaf, are you blind, what's your race, what's your sex? You can ask all those questions, but the one question that might, let's just say might, have an impact on how we apportion congressional seats, we can't ask that one. Oh, that seems stupid. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At the request of the witness, we will take a short 5-minute bathroom break. Pursuant to the previous order, the committee stands in recess for just 5 minutes.
Great. Gotta go.
Yeah. Can't ask the one question that matters.
The committee will come back to order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to say, like many hearings we have on this committee, it was started with a lot of falsehoods. We heard, and I don't know if you misspoke, Mr. Chair, you had brought up that states like Florida and Texas did not gain seats. When they did gain seats, my state gained a congressional seat. I think these facts are really important as people are asserting that there's some sort of grand conspiracy here with the Census Bureau. The other thing I want to do is thank you for coming to Central Florida. You met with my staff and community leaders in Orlando, and really appreciate you doing that. My Republican colleagues have called this hearing at a concern about errors resulting in some overcounting in the 2020 census. However, Florida had one of the most harmful undercounts in the country when we talk about black and brown folks specifically. Director Santos, Florida had a roughly 3.5% undercount. Can you put that into terms of how many households were impacted?
One more time?
We had a 3.5% undercount. Can you put that in terms of how many households were undercounted?
I actually can't without some mechanical help. Sorry.
There is something that was going on in 2020 that might have made the counting uniquely challenging. What was that?
There were actually some, I believe, natural disasters.
Yes, natural disasters, and there was another big thing going on. A
The
global pandemic.
Yeah.
COVID-19. I know, I want to forget about it. COVID-19 was going on. But not just that, but Florida, and in part because of the climate crisis, has had increasing extreme weather events across the entire state, hurricanes included. So we have hurricanes, wildfires, a public health crisis, and political interference in what was going on as well. And by political interference, I'm talking about situations where special interest groups are pressuring officials to change questions on the census or end outreach prematurely. For black and brown communities being underrepresented in the census, especially in Florida, it's nothing new. It's been going on for a long time. In fact, the House version of the budget for the census blocks the Census Bureau from reaching out to anyone more than twice, which is funny because some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who would agree with blocking you all from reaching out to people more than twice, I bet some of their constituents would like that limit when they're campaigning as well. Director Santos, if black and brown communities are regularly undercounted, this means that resources are directed away from these communities. We know this worsens the problems of affordable housing, transportation. What other problems does an expander create?
What other problems?
Yeah.
Does what?
Undercounting of
undercounting. Yes. Not only are there impacts with regard to federal funds allocations, but we don't get as accurate a picture of the communities as we should, and that can impact everything from economic development, a manufacturer coming in to see if they have a sufficient labor base. Well, if there's undercounts, there may not be sufficient adults or whatever, to community needs assessments, to infrastructure assessments, whether to put in new roads, new bridges, things of that sort.
Yeah.
So there are an expansive, in business communities also, whether to put in retail shops.
So it really impacts everything.
It impacts all of society.
I think that's right. And this harm, which goes back far longer than a decade, is being made worse, especially in my state, by our governor, Ron DeSantis, who went out of his way to veto the Republican-made political maps in Florida and demanded that his racist version of the map, which Florida Appeals Court confirmed was racist, be accepted. So I just think it's interesting to me that some of my colleagues want to assert that you're part of some grand conspiracy to undercount Republicans when my Republican-run state of Florida received an extra congressional seat. Why? Because of the fastest growing demographic in the state of Florida, people of color, then use that opportunity of the new seat to actually gerrymander it and get rid of 2 black access seats in the state of Florida. We've got to do a lot better, especially as it relates to these counting errors. Just really quick with the last bit of my time. As I see it, the 2030 census needs to have contingency plans for major disasters, political interference, and reaching undercounted communities. Can you talk a little bit about efforts you've been making to focus on those things, especially natural disasters?
Yeah, certainly we do. We are absolutely leveraging as many of our administrative records from different data sources to help out clarify and improve the counts, not only in disaster zones, but in other areas. And so we're doing that type of work. We're also, in our upcoming 2026 test, we will be visiting areas that were subject to some severe natural disaster areas like parts of North Carolina.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, first of all, we're going to give you a quick quiz because I used to collect stamps as a child. I know here we have, what is this person's ancestry? You put down Cape Verdean. I forget, where's Cape Verde?
I wish I knew. I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, we've got to look that up afterwards because I.
Yeah, question for the record.
Strange country to pick out of the blue and list as one of the alternatives. We've covered on here already. You don't ask whether somebody's a citizen or not, correct?
If you're speaking of the decennial census, that's correct.
Any census?
We have 3 censuses. We have economic, government, and population.
Okay. When you don't use it, why don't you use it? It seems to me that's the first question I'd ask. Because if you're not here as a citizen, much more likely to be transient, much more likely to return home, that sort of thing, something I'd like to know. And if we have a difference on some of these questions, you know, education or bedrooms or whatever, I would kind of like to know how different our immigrants are living compared to the native born and how different our, you know, people who are not here legally are. Why, with all these obscure questions on here that I don't know what we're going to get out of, why do you leave that off again?
We do not leave the citizenship question off of the American Community Survey, which has education and housing and other types of many variables.
But the general census every 10 years, you leave it off, right?
There's 10 questions for 10 minutes. We try to keep the respondent burden down to increase the level of participation.
That's why we don't ask people, because we're afraid a question, are you a citizen or are you not, is going to burden people and they're going to.
We're looking to ask whatever the Secretary of Commerce says should be on the questionnaire for the decennial census. And historically, we've used the 10 questions for quite a while now.
My colleague, clearly, I don't like to define people by where they're from, much less their race. But nevertheless, on here, we do have a question listing where your background is from, what country. That's where you picked up on this Cape Verde stuff. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Their person's ancestry or ethnic origin. I would think over time, most people have a little bit of several, you know, a little bit of Polish, a little bit of German, a little bit of Italian, maybe a little bit of African. What are we trying to get out of this? And given that I would think most Americans by now are a little bit of a variety of countries, how they're supposed to respond to that survey?
Thank you. What we're seeing is that as society evolves with technology and we have DNA testing and genealogical websites and things of that sort, people are becoming in society very interested in who they are and where they're from. And we're allowing, through a race ethnicity question, people to tell their stories.
Well, what does that mean? Say you know, I haven't taken one of these tests, but I know a lot of people who have. You know, it's not unusual to come up with 5 or 6 different things on the thing, right? I'm a little bit North African, I'm a little bit German, I'm a little bit English. What are we getting at there?
Information is power and allows us to serve communities better.
How would it affect any decision that government makes at all?
Oh, so for example, in South Texas, I'm familiar with the Rockport area. We have a vibrant Vietnamese community. Rather than simply saying there are Asians there and having and not knowing what type of questionnaires to put out, we would have
I think over time, as we have more intermarriage, people, I'm trying to think, I think all we're going to get out of here is trouble. But people do get these ancestry things, and they do take them out. I'm just afraid there are people in this society who are up to no good, who are trying to have people permanently defined by their ancestry. And Then we have this rather odd question with rather obscure countries on here. Cape Verde, geez, I wish I'd made, asking on here. And I don't know why we're asking or how it would change public policy at all, other than for people who are fanatics about forever viewing people by where their great-great-grandparents came from. Like I said, what difference does it make if I'm 1/8 Polish? How is that ever going to come into play on anything?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Allowing culture in the culture of the Polish and other cultures that are gathered can impact.
How do
it can impact how we approach
it might not
people.
be the culture, even that's a little bit discriminatory. I can imagine if I was born in Poland, I might carry some of the Polish culture. I would think the vast majority of people today, say in Wisconsin, a lot of Polish people probably immigrated here 6 generations ago. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. But nevertheless, it seems like we're trying to create this idea in which forever, like my colleague over here, forever identify by an ethnic group, which is kind of a dangerous thing. And people who want to, I think, destroy the country like this idea of forever people around hanging with this ethnic group. Even though until they took ancestry tests, they might even know they had any of this ethnic group in them. So it's just an odd question, a potentially dangerous question. So I'm going to ask you one more time, what difference does it make whether I'm Norwegian or Polish? What possible difference, or Mexican? I might not even know I was part of Mexican. What difference does it make? What are we getting?
It allows us to serve society better.
How?
Because it allows us to tailor programs, to tailor
If I'm
schooling,
1/8
education,
Mexican,
et cetera.
how does it affect anything the government does or should do?
Oh, we use that information in order to help determine how many different languages and the types of approaches we make to
No,
the
I'm
doorstep.
1/8 Mexican. I've never spoken a word of Spanish in my life. How?
We don't necessarily use the 1/8 Mexican, and we don't gather that granularity of information. We collect multiple races and ethnicities and use that information to tailor and fine-tune outreach for our censuses and surveys, but then communities can use that to better address their specific communities' concerns.
You're going down a dangerous path in which forever you want people identified where their ancestry comes from, even though it has nothing whatsoever to do with their life today, right? If I'm 1/8 Norwegian and I never met my Norwegian great-grandma and I never knew a word of Norwegian, it has nothing to do with anything, but you're trying to make it part of something. Thank you very much, my chairman. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Chair, I recognize Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to the census, many people think it's just like a boring form that we do every 10 years. And as I was listening to some of my colleagues speaking out, I think it's more important than ever that we talk about the actual importance of the census. I think particularly about the fact that, we have people talking about what is the importance of race in a country that relegated people to one drop. One drop of Black ancestry determines whether or not they had different outcomes by the government, by government mandate, by government policies. And those things aren't necessarily erased simply because of the Civil Rights Act, for instance. But neither here nor there. Fun fact, I was actually a census enumerator in one of my lives. So I've actually lived on the other side of the census count. And I can actually, and will later on in this question line, speak to specifically how difficult a job it is to actually extract this type of information that is crucial and critical. We're talking about information that is used to determine where and how, when we built roads or bridges, funding for schools that we see really need to be opened, and libraries, or deciding where to put fire departments or hospitals. The census data is the starting point for so much. Director Santos, is it true that the Federal Highway Administration, for instance, uses census data to decide which road and bridge improvements get prioritized?
That is correct.
What about low-income housing projects? Is it true that HUD uses census data to figure out where a project is going to be built?
Correct.
Is it true that census data is used to make sure that the Voting Rights Act is enforced?
Correct.
Is it used to decide which areas get Title I grants for their schools?
Yes.
Or Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, Pell grants, the National School Lunch Program, all use the census data, correct?
Correct.
It's staggering, isn't it? A single form filled out by millions shapes 353 programs to provide $2.8 trillion in federal funding for communities across America, and that was in 2021 alone. I'd actually like to thank my Republican colleagues for bringing up undercounts, because here is the ugly truth. In 2022, the New York Times reported that in the 2020 census, undercounted the number of Hispanic, Black, and Native American residents, even though the overall population counts were largely accurate. These are the same groups that have been historically undercounted. These are people, families, communities, the very folks most dependent on the funding census data helps allocate. And many of those funding programs are looking at more than general population numbers. They're looking at demographics, income levels, age, and education levels, data that can't be figured out with just estimates. The George Washington Institute of Public Policy estimates the value of each completed census form at more than $4,000 a person. That's the value of a single census form. Multiply that by thousands or millions, and we're talking about a catastrophic loss for the people who have already had the deck stacked against them. Unfortunately, there are no do-overs for the census, and it's something that we just can't procrastinate on improving as we prepare for the 2030 census. So back in 2010, when I was a census enumerator counting in my own community, obviously overwhelmingly Black, I can say firsthand that we didn't have the right tools to do the job. And you spoke to how difficult it can be when the questionnaire is too long, to get people to open up, to share basic information about themselves, and when they admittedly have fears, concerns, and apprehension about the motive of people who work in government. And after listening to this testimony today, we probably shouldn't be surprised if more people are more fearful of providing that sort of information. The 2020 census had a tough time also between the pandemic, Trump stopping the count early, major hurricanes and wildfires, as we heard from our colleague from Florida. And looking forward, we need to make sure that the work is being done now to make sure that the 2030 census is as accurate as possible. We all agree with that. Director Santos, can you tell us more about some of the ways you're working to improve census data collection to make sure that the count is as accurate as possible across the country?
Yes, I can. We are expanding our use of online participation with the addition of the broadband programs that extend access to the internet. We are going in and testing out culturally relevant messaging and contacts throughout the U.S. Throughout our test sites to make sure that the messaging we provide resonates with the participants. But at the same time, because there is a mistrust in government, we are leveraging and building a network of local community groups across the nation who can work hand in hand with us so that they can be the trusted messengers. And we can use multiple angles in order to get to bolster the messaging and have individuals then more engendered to participate.
Thank you so much for that. As somebody, again, who did the census in my own community, I truly believe that some of those fixes will be helpful. They will be meaningful. And I look forward to a 2030 census where communities like mine in the Mon Valley, in those areas of Pittsburgh, for instance, are not undercounted. I thank you so much, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Santos, for being here with us today. The U.S. Census Bureau carries out the important constitutional duty of conducting the decennial census as required in Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, as you very well know. The census has far-ranging consequences, determining the apportionment of congressional seats, electoral college votes states receive, and the flow of hundreds of billions of dollars in federal funding to states and localities. The Census Bureau's post-enumeration survey for the 2020 census identified serious over- and undercounting issues, which the Bureau has acknowledged are worse than previous censuses. Even more troubling, the Census Bureau's report acknowledges a statistically significant overcount in liberal Northeast states and a statistically significant undercount in conservative Southern states. The 1790 Census Act, which the left likes to use as an excuse to count illegals and residents and whatever the heck you want to call people in this country who aren't citizens, that women were counted, but they couldn't vote. No, they couldn't vote, but women were citizens of the United States. So the left, that's their reasoning for counting illegals in the census and that sort of thing. So I have a series of questions for you, Mr. Santos, that are yes or no. And so I would ask that you use yes or no when I ask these questions. Did the U.S. Census Bureau do anything to identify the immigration or citizenship status of individuals surveyed during the 2020 census, yes or no?
No.
Are illegals counted in the census, yes or no?
Yes, if they're permanent residents, if they reside in the U.S.
Okay, so when you're doing the census with folks and asking the question, you're asking them if, you're not asking them if they're a citizen, you're asking, do you ask if they're a permanent resident?
We ask folks to list everyone who lives at that residence.
Okay, but you're saying you're only counting illegals if they're a permanent resident.
Well, if they live at that residence. It's the interpretation of the
So
instructions
your
of the
definition of
person.
permanent residence is that they live at a place in the U.S., at a U.S. address.
Yes, I believe I misspoke because there's a legal
Oh, you
definition to
definitely
permanent,
misspoke.
yeah, to permanent
Okay.
resident. It's someone who usually lives at that address.
So I'm going to ask the question again. Are illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens, the people that break the law coming into our country when they enter in the door illegally, are they counted in the U.S. Census, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Are there political implications for congressional apportionment and the Electoral College when we're counting non-citizens, when we're counting illegals, criminal illegal aliens in the census, yes or no?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
Are there political implications for congressional apportionment and the Electoral College when you are counting criminal illegal aliens in the U.S. Census?
I do not know.
Oh, you absolutely know. Because apportionment is based on what? Is it based on what? Population?
Yes.
Population based on counts in the what? U.S. Census?
Correct.
All right, you're the director of the U.S. Census Bureau, correct?
Correct.
Why is this so difficult for you to answer honestly?
Well, no, it is what it is. So
What
if there's
is
more
what it is?
population,
What is
then
what it
you get.
is? You just said you didn't know if there were political implications for congressional apportionment and the Electoral College
Well,
when you're counting illegals.
In all honesty, I am not a politician. I'm a scientist, and so we do our counts according to
Okay,
the
Mr.
Constitution.
Science, Mr. Science.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
When you're doing apportionment, we're doing congressional seats based on population that includes illegal aliens. Does that have a political impact in campaigns when you're drawing those lines and having people vote in those elections?
They are counted in apportionment. Yes.
Okay. You're not being honest this morning, and I think it's a slap in the face to the American people. If apportionment of congressional seats is based on the census and roughly 750,000 people per congressional seat in this country, would that unfairly impact how congressional seats are drawn, yes or no?
I'm sorry, you're speaking too fast for me. Can you slow down a little bit?
No, I can't. The answer is yes. In California, in Valadeo's district, where 750,000 people live in that district, 167,000 people voted in that election. I would imagine, and number one, Gavin Newsom's probably still counting because the guy can't do math 3 weeks, 4 weeks into post an election. But 167,000 people out of 750,000 population. In my district, 390,000 people voted. We don't have the number of illegals that California has statistically, scientifically, Mr. Science. That's just the math. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Till lady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Crockett from Texas.
It is interesting that we're having this hearing, and I know one thing that I have learned so far is that while freshman orientation just ended, we need a course on what the census is for, because we have people sitting in Congress and have no idea what the census is for. And so I do appreciate that you have talked about what the funding is for, but it seems like my colleagues really want to zero in on southern states. So let's talk about Texas for a second. And let's deal with them and their concerns about their districts, and let's also talk about the citizen situation. So I don't know how much you've paid attention to the election, but we do have an incoming administration, and we have a border czar who has said that they are going to deport everyone that is here and is not a citizen. They are planning to do mass deportations. In fact, in the state of Texas, our commissioner has offered up land so that they can put these camps there and send people out of our country. Now, if you start asking people, are you a citizen or not, and they're living in a home and somebody's threatening to go in and raid homes and take everybody out and send them back to wherever they came from, I mean, I would imagine that that may make people say, never mind, I'm not going to fill this out. But I mean, has that been your finding or no?
We have conducted research that shows that there can be selective inclusion of individuals who reside in a residence because of
Exactly, because you've got the federal government that is asking this question, and it's the same federal government that is threatening to go and yank people out of their schools, their homes, and things like that. And then we just had a conversation where we were talking about how many voters. Listen, when you're counting people, you're not just counting voters. You count children, don't you?
Correct.
You count a lot of people that aren't necessarily voters, and I want to make sure that we really get to the nitty-gritty on Texas, because this is hilarious to me. Texas added 2 seats. In 2020, according to the census, and we know that there was a significant undercount, specifically in Texas for a combination of reasons, but we know that specifically Texas added 4 million people. Of those 4 million people, do you want to take a guess at how many were Anglos? Just a guess.
I'd say a majority.
180,000. That's it, of 4 million. 95% of the people that were added, and we know that when it comes to minority populations, they tend to be undercounted. So get this, we added 4 million people. They were people of color. Texas got 2 new seats. So they took those black and brown and Asian bodies, and guess what? Do you think that we got a new black, brown, or Asian seat? Somehow, the way that they do their Republican math in the state of Texas, that amounted to 2 new white seats. Guess what? White Republican seats. We got 2 new Republican seats out of 4 million people of color. So let me tell you, they love to use our bodies to apportion us in an inaccurate way. All right, so when we talk about our districts, I also want to talk about something that Texas is taking advantage of that I've worked on a lot. In fact, I did legislation on. It is called prison gerrymandering. I don't know if you are familiar with it.
I'm familiar.
But here is the reality. The numbers show that in rural Texas, they were constantly bleeding population. Urban Texas was growing exponentially. But what they do is they count inmates where they are imprisoned instead of counting them where it is that they will return to. So their family members that are in Dallas, Texas, or Houston, or wherever, their family members, when they need something, they call us, even if it's relating to that inmate. But somehow rural Texas is getting better roads than they probably deserve because they're counting those inmates that are not driving on those roads. They're counting those inmates that are not using their hospitals. They're counting those inmates whose children are not attending their schools because of prison gerrymandering. So again, Republicans are really good about using black and brown bodies, because I can also tell you that the numbers are clear that we have a black and brown incarceration issue, not just in Texas, but in this country. And in fact, the state of Texas incarcerates more people than any other independent democratic country. That is how bad our incarceration is just in the state of Texas. And I've got so many great colleagues on this committee that actually benefit from being able to do things like that. So listen, this is about resources. It's about putting the resources where the people are. And I am curious to know, for whoever goes next, do you ask your constituents when they call your office, are you a citizen or not? Because at the end of the day, I have to handle immigration cases as well in my office. We are elected to represent the people regardless of their citizenship, and we have to help them because they reside in our districts. Thank you, and I'll yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Before I recognize Mr. Burchett, do you seek recognition, Mr. Copeland?
I know the people back home have been waiting, so I'll tell them. When they decided to pick Cape Verde is a little island country off the West African coast.
Got it.
Who they felt they should include in the census. So
all right.
I know people back home are waiting to find out.
Very good. Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Santos, are illegal immigrants counted in the U.S. Census?
Yes.
Why?
They have a usual residence in the United States.
Okay. Is that data collected by the census used to decide how many congressional districts and electoral college votes a state gets?
It is.
And it's true that states with high numbers of illegal immigrants, like California or New York, are typically Democrat states?
Correct, as is Texas.
Yes, sir. By counting illegal immigrants, these states receive more electoral votes and seats in Congress. Doesn't that mean that Democrats benefit from illegal immigration? You're a scientist.
I am a scientist. That's the way the math works out.
Yes, sir. Okay. Do you believe illegal immigrants should be counted in the census?
I believe we should count according to the Constitution, yes.
Do you think generational Americans are negatively impacted by counting illegal immigrants in the census?
I have no comment on
Can you explain which states had overcounts and which states had undercounts in the 2020 decennial census?
Certainly. Would you like me to read the list?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of, let's see, undercounts, there was Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, Illinois, Texas. Overcounts were Ohio, Massachusetts, Utah, New York, Minnesota, Rhode Island, Delaware, and Hawaii, according to the post-enumeration survey.
Why do you believe that was the case?
The post-enumeration survey does not tell us why, it tells us how much.
What is the Census Bureau doing to mitigate errors and reduce the risk of miscounts in the 2030 census?
We are rethinking how we go about going after historically undercounted populations and making sure that everybody gets counted once, only once, and in the right place. And we have both technological and sort of sociological, in terms of contact, and other types of approaches. In the field, we're optimizing field work to make sure that if we knock on doors for folks who haven't participated, they can have a chance to participate and so forth. We're also using administrative records from a variety of sources, both at the federal level and state level, to when we can get a hold of those, to find the gaps in case maybe a household didn't completely enumerate everyone. If we have several different sources of administrative records that indicate that there might be a missing person, then we can go back and correct that.
Do you feel like this is the best way to correct those errors, or is there something else that you would rather see done?
What we would rather see done is everybody participate. That the self-response rates are 100%, and we're doing everything that we can to engender and to improve the propensity for somebody to respond.
Okay. Explain it. What's your definition of engender?
To get folks to want to do something.
Motivated?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yield. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar.
Thank you, Chairman. And to the point that my distinguished colleague from Tennessee just made, the most immigrant states by far in the country with most immigrants, documented and undocumented, are California and Texas. Virtually no other state comes close, California being, of course, under unified Democratic control, Texas statewide under unified Republican control. The next state that comes somewhat close, but not really, is Florida, of course, also under unified Republican control. The question of whether to count immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, was decided by the United States Congress back right after the Civil War. So this was decided, it was debated in these same halls, and that Congress and the states decided to end the 3/5 compromise, which is when enslaved people were counted as 3/5 of a person when we did counting of people. Now that seems like the worst way to do it. And so they said, let's count every person as one person. And the Congress decided to do that. Not just, with all due respect, just to my colleague who spoke before me, but to everyone in the Congress. I still don't get why we would rehash and rehab that debate after the Civil War. I think after that amount of bloodshed, that amount of terror and horror, we would look back at the congressional record and say, yeah, it probably makes sense that we say we're going to stop counting half people and 3/5 people and say we're going to count the number of people in the country, whether they vote or don't vote, whether they're citizens or not citizens, whether they're kids or seniors. We're just going to count every person as one person. I couldn't disagree more with this really kind of wild Republican idea of the so-called quote-unquote Equal Representation Act, which would only count certain people in this country in complete violation of the 14th Amendment, again, a post-Civil War amendment. I don't know anybody here that wants to go back to sort of pre-Civil War times or a pre-Civil War Constitution. My office, just like every office here, when somebody calls, you don't ask, hey, are you a citizen? You ask, are you a constituent? How can I help you? We need every single person counted. And in fact, if there is a citizenship question on the census, we then would be admitting that we want to undercount people, because all the data points to the idea that this undercounts people. And the point of the census is to follow the Constitution and count the number of people. It's not to figure out who's a citizen or a non-citizen. It's to find out by the Constitution how many people live in each state. And, Mr. Santos, isn't it correct that the census plays a role in counting the number of people for electoral purposes, but then also counts the number of people to determine how many federal dollars go into a state?
That is correct.
And so if a state has a falsely low census count, that could result in those states getting fewer federal resources for things like food for the hungry, hospitals, education.
Correct.
And so a state like Texas, having had an undercount, could result in fewer dollars coming to my state for people that pay their taxes and might need those dollars.
Correct.
And so if we ask a citizenship question, when the Constitution says that we need to count the number of people, not the number of citizens, then it could result in my state that was already undercounted getting further undercounted, and could result in places like Texas getting fewer federal resources.
Correct.
What I don't get is in the federal government's nearly $1 trillion in assistance. So all of the people that work in this country, they send their hard-earned tax dollars here. Then we send back about $1 trillion back to the states. I don't understand why my Republican colleagues would want states like Texas to get less help because of adding an unnecessary question. What I think I hear is some sort of conspiracy theory that Democrats want there to be more immigrants so that we can have better shots in elections, which is just nuts. And frankly, the people who have immigrated to this country and then decide to become citizens and are given a chance to become citizens, they actually listen to their leaders, just like any other voter, and they decide how to vote. There are plenty of people in my district that vote for me or vote against me who were born in this country and who weren't born in this country. And I think that at the end of the day, it's so important for the American people to understand and hear that this idea of a citizenship question would undercount people, would result in fewer federal resources coming to places like Texas. So Texans on the Republican side that are for this bill are just basically saying, send your taxpayer dollars elsewhere. And third, it would take us back to a pre-Civil War reality, and that's just a shameful thing for the Republicans. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Santos. Thanks for coming to talk with us today. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth today about reapportionment and how districts of Congress are drawn. There's also a lot of discussion going on about how much federal dollars goes to different states based on the number of people that are counted up in the census and assigned to these states and districts. It's extremely concerning, though, for most Americans that the 2020 census was found to have several miscounts, and you've been asked about this today in this hearing. Even more concerning is the fact that most of the miscalculations either benefited blue states with overcounts or harmed red states with undercounts. As you've already told us, 8 states were overcounted in the 2020 census, 6 of which were blue states. 6 states were undercounted, 5 of which were red states. Mr. Santos, understanding that you were not the director yet in 2020, why do you think these miscounts happened?
The miscounts occurred just as a matter of course of any decennial census. No, No census has ever been perfect, but they've always been good enough for the purposes that they're intended. So this is simply how things shook out. There was absolutely no consideration of red, blue, purple, or whatever. We simply stuck to our mission to count, to do a complete count. We did our quality checks, and we published the data to the president.
And Mr. Santos, you've described yourself as a scientist today. Isn't it important to be accurate in your science, so to speak, and in counting? Also, there's an actual law, Sentencing Reform Act of 1984, that really is your job to fine people $5,000 for refusing to answer questions on the census. Was this a law that you enforced? Did you enforce this law in states that were overcounted and states that were undercounted after the census?
Yeah, we are a statistical agency, not an enforcement agency, so we've never enforced that.
So no one was fined. So there were overcounts, there were undercounts, and no one was fined according to the law. And the numbers shook out and were accepted. You know, many of my colleagues have brought up the fact that Article 1 of the Constitution requires a census every 10 years to determine how many congressional seats and electoral votes states receive. This is incredibly important. In Congress, with close party margins, this apportionment can be the difference between being in the majority and being in the minority. In tight presidential elections, thankfully this one wasn't tight at all. President Trump overwhelmingly won. But it can determine the winner, these apportionments can. In other words, the census is more than a mere survey of the demographics of the citizenry. It directly affects election integrity. Mr. Santos, do you believe it's important that our elections be secure and that only legal voters be counted for apportionment purposes?
I have, that is a policy question of who should vote and who shouldn't. We are a statistical agency. We are nonpartisan, and so I will leave it at that.
Right. Well, hopefully in this next Congress and under the next president, we can make a change. That we have a bill, H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act. This bill would statutorily add a citizenship question to the decennial census for 2030 and beyond, and it will exclude aliens from the apportionment base. The Senate hasn't taken up this bill yet, but hopefully they will next session. And this way, there will be a citizenship question, and non-citizens will no longer be included in the count for reapportionment when that's done. This certainly would change the makeup of Congress. But let's also talk about some of my colleagues across the aisle have brought up that black and brown voters weren't counted in the census as well. One of my colleagues from Texas was saying that this led to 2 more white representatives being sent to the House of Representatives. I think it's important to note that black and brown people can vote Republican as well, and they don't have to vote Democrat every single time. Mr. Chairman, I've run out of time. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Director Santos for taking time to be here today. Supporting children and families is one of our most deeply held American values. It is a reflection of our collective commitment to helping one another, particularly in times of need. To uphold this principle, accurate census data plays a critical role in ensuring vital federal resources are allocated where they are most needed. The Census Bureau work directly impacts effectiveness of programs families rely on every day. Programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the WIC program, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, known as TANF, provide critical lifelines ensuring parents can put food on the table and care for their children. Meanwhile, the National School Lunch Program helps eliminate hunger as a barrier to learning, giving children the opportunity to focus on their education instead of their next meal. Without accurate census data, These programs cannot be funded or distributed equitably, risking the well-being of millions of families. This data ensures no child or family is left behind, and our shared resources are directed toward building a stronger, more compassionate nation. Director Santos, can you explain how population data collected by the Census Bureau, including during the decennial census, is relied upon by the federal government in carrying out programs like SNAP, WIC, TANF, and the National School Lunch Program?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. The information captured in the decennial census feeds into how we conduct all of our other 130 surveys that are conducted pretty much every day of the year. We're out collecting information on behalf of the American public. That information ends up being used in pretty much most policy development and implementation, whether it's in transportation, whether it's in labor, in education, in natural disaster planning, in a whole variety of ways, not to mention business, business, business. The corporate world, the business world our economy cannot survive without accurate data from the Census Bureau that starts with a decennial census count and then feeds into the other programs.
Thank you. Each month, nearly 1.5 million Ohioans and over 150,000 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. And in 2022, Ohio received over $720 million in TANF funding. It is because of census data, every student who attends Cleveland Public Schools is afforded a free breakfast and lunch without the hassle of paperwork. To get these resources to people in Ohio, the federal government must accurately assess who is in need and where they live. So, Director Santos, would you agree having complete, accurate population and demographic data is essential in allowing policymakers to direct funding in a fair and equitable way?
I agree.
And Director Santos, what expertise does the Census Bureau rely on to collect population and demographic data?
We have expert scientists who access both administrative records, births, deaths, as well as other sources of federal data, as well as our massive data collection operation to conduct the surveys and the economic census and the census of governments and such. So we have this expansive ability to capture petabytes of information that are used to make society better.
Thank you. And given the role the Census Bureau plays in collecting this data, which is the foundation of programs so many families rely on, it is critical this work is guided by data, statistics, and expert analysis. It should not be fueled by politics. We do not and must not prioritize recipients or anything else based on political ideology. Yet, President-elect Trump's playbook for his second term, Project 2025, includes a section specifically on the Census Bureau, which calls for it to, quote, execute a conservative agenda, end quote. As we have heard here, this work is too important to be caught up in political games. This Project 2025 proposal is dangerous and threatens to hurt families across Ohio and the country. The Census Bureau must not be turned into an ideological and political arm of any agenda, and I am committing to ensuring that it does not. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Fry from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Santos, thank you for being here today. The Census Bureau is charged with a constitutional mandate that impacts every single American, ensuring fair representation in Congress and census results that allocate critical resources across our states. Unfortunately, the 2020 census, as has been highlighted before, revealed significant flaws in its execution, with miscounts that unfairly shifted congressional representation and distorted the allocation of electoral college votes. States like Texas and Florida were undercounted, while states like New York and Rhode Island were overcounted. The discrepancy disproportionately harmed Republican-leaning states, as Ms. Green talked about, while benefiting Democrat-leaning ones. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a 2022 Heritage Foundation report that highlights the multiple miscounts of the 2020 census.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. According to this report, the 2020 census miscounting errors had far-reaching consequences, distorting congressional representation, reallocating electoral votes, and misdirecting over $1.5 trillion over 10 years in federal funding. These resources were unequally distributed, with overcounted states benefiting at the expense of the undercounted ones. Director, I want to ask you, in the 2020 post-enumeration survey identified significant overcounts in states like New York and undercounts in states like Texas. What specific factors contributed to these discrepancies?
If you take a look at some of the data, there tended to be higher concentrations of Latinos and African Americans in some of the states that were undercounted.
Were these errors more pronounced compared to previous censuses, and why?
If you go back enough censuses, they were relatively comparable. There are always some states that are, well, there typically are states that were overcounted or undercounted.
You know, according to the Heritage Foundation report that I talked about earlier, it highlighted that $1.5 trillion in federal funds could be misapplied because of these miscounts. How is the Census Bureau addressing these financial consequences?
Well, what we're actually doing is trying to make sure that folks understand that vehicles like the post-enumeration survey and the demographic analysis, and as well as the actual decennial censuses are basically glimpses at what the perfect truth is. So even the post-enumeration study that we conducted was subject to the same challenges, perhaps even more so than occurred in the 2020 census. The PES, while it estimated, and we stand by the overcount and undercounts, it is a glimpse of what occurred. There are natural error bands around that. So we don't know what the truth is. If you assume the PES is the absolute truth, then yes, those conclusions can be made. But the reality is it could be anywhere within those margins of error.
Well, you would agree with me that the miscounts impacted congressional apportionment across the states?
They can relative to the truth, but no one ever knows what the truth is.
Well, I think this is kind of the role of the Census Bureau, quite frankly. But it would, and it did have an impact on what states got however many seats. Is that correct? From the 2020 census?
Yes, the 2020 census determines congressional apportionment.
Okay. And the miscounts had a direct impact on some states not getting a seat and other states retaining a seat that they otherwise would not have?
Yes.
Okay. How does the Census Bureau plan to prevent these errors from 2020 in the census of 2030?
Yes, we basically are taking an approach that we need to identify the populations and communities that contributed most to these challenges of counting everybody once, only once, and in the right place, and are doing specific testing and developing methodologies and leveraging technology and administrative data and such, so that we can go into those communities and get better counts through better participation. That a lot of that involves the recognition of trust issues in local communities, and so we are actively engaging in a continuous contact and engagement with local communities, with elected officials, et cetera, which is why we have been very active since 2022 and even before in terms of doing that type of outreach, talking to communities, getting to understand their concerns, and then working with them towards 2030.
Thank you. Does the Bureau acknowledge that including non-citizens in apportionment unfairly dilutes representation for U.S. citizens?
We simply provide the numbers, Congressman, and that's the best answer I can give to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that my time has expired, and I yield back.
Yeah.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib, and I apologize for skipping. Who am I supposed to do? It says.
I'm ahead.
It says Tlaib here. Now get it. If I pick, let me think. Tlaib. Tlaib. That's what my list says. Tlaib.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. I don't know if you know, but I grew up in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit. And you know, there's been outdated methods right now impacted by our census, and that's probably why our city filed a lawsuit. I think it's important for folks to know, is it true that I think it's like long vacant homes are subtracted from our population count?
Thank you for the question. That is an issue that's currently under litigation, so we cannot comment on that.
So, but currently, you can't even talk about the fact that
Correct.
right now,
Correct.
abandoned home is subtracted from the population.
I am simply following the advice of
Oh, that
General
must
Counsel.
be true then. Okay, so then how are we counting a reoccupied? So we have 6,000 homes that are now reoccupied, been rehabbed beautifully. How do we count those in the census?
Rehabbed homes, we count them. We send
count
individuals.
No,
we
no,
send
what we
our
understand
protocols.
is 6,000 homes that were previously vacant are now been rehabbed, that they weren't being counted properly. Are we maybe put into the method?
Congresswoman, if I may, if you can provide the question in a more generic national context, I can answer. If you are specifically talking about Detroit,
Okay.
I am not allowed to answer.
Okay. Without updated methods, which we need to update some methods, you know this, that it's not just Detroit. Many communities, because of these policies, it's guaranteed that they will be chronically undercounted.
We use actually some very good methods to ensure that any housing unit that is occupied gets counted.
So it's not just new construction.
It's not just, it's hidden housing units, it's units on tribal lands that are hidden out without mailable addresses, things of that sort.
Formerly vacant,
Correct.
abandoned homes, then they're reoccupied.
We even go out to the homeless and look for people living out of cars and dilapidated RVs.
Okay. So directing in a different direction, I also have one of the largest concentration of Arab Americans, as you know. And it's not fair not to ask you the same question I asked the previous director of the census. Do I look white to you?
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay. Well, good. That was a better answer than the previous one. But I'm really glad to see that MENA, the Middle East North African category, is going to be included in the next census. Is that correct?
That is correct.
One of the things regarding implementation matters, as you know. How is the Census Bureau making sure that MENA communities at risk of being left out of data collection due to lack of visibility on collection forms, such as our Armenian American community as well as the Afro-Arab community, are properly accounted for?
Well, we have a process that actually involves community engagement. As you may know, we have been not only visiting all communities in the U.S. specifically, I have made multiple trips to Detroit to speak not only to the African American communities, but to the business communities, to the Arab American communities and such. So we're using those processes to help address that.
Okay. Director, one of the things that is important, and I worked at a nonprofit organization, I felt like I needed to answer a lot of the questions that were asked by my colleagues because the census numbers impact even how we look at breast cancer among women. You know, I look at the high rate of breast cancer increasing among, Arab American women and how we're doing research around that. And again, we've been invisible for so long, decades long, been invisible on to our own federal government, being labeled in a way, tucked in and kind of hidden. But one thing that I hope we're doing in the implementation process, Director, is the work underway with the federal agencies to implement these new standards and data collection. How are you prioritizing the collection and reporting of that data beyond the minimum reporting categories?
Yes, we look to implement the directives of OMB on how to capture race and ethnicity according to the regulation. Our starting point is to have as much disaggregation, as much detail in different races, ethnicities, multi-race, multi-ethnicities, and tribes as possible so that people, the American public, can actually understand who we are as a nation. We feel we're basically doing our due diligence to make sure that we can provide that data.
Thank you so much, Director. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And Director, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have consistently said that the the Census Bureau should not be partisan. It should be nonpartisan. I agree completely. They say it should not be political. I agree with that. The problem is the mistakes that were made in the last census have huge political consequences. By looking at the undercount in the red states and the overcount in the blue states, it's very safe to say that between 3 and 4 congressional seats were distorted because of the mistake of the census. 100% confident those 3 or 4 seats would have been Republican based on the voting patterns in the last election in those states and the margins of victory for Trump and defeat for Harris. When you're talking about 3 or 4 seats in Congress, that's the margin of this Congress. That's everything. That depends on who's chairman of the committee and the policy and the direction. It's of the utmost significance to the whole political system in America. And I know you weren't director during the last census. The last director was Stephen Dillingham, and I was on this committee. This committee, by the way, has legislative jurisdiction over the census. And I was, I publicly made statements of my concern about how the census was being conducted because we did have the COVID pandemic. And I guess my question is, I'm still trying to understand. During a normal year of census, you have all these census workers. I have friends that used to work part-time for the census. If someone didn't fill out their application, then let's say in 2010 or in the previous 100 years, someone from the census would knock on their door and help them fill out their form. How was that conducted during COVID? I mean, I would assume that there were a significant number of doors that were never knocked on because of COVID. Then there were estimates that were made, right? Can you kind of briefly explain how that worked? I mean, what do you have any idea? What percentage of homes were never contacted? What percentage of the homes that did not fill out the census forms or the online form or whatever were never contacted?
To my knowledge, if a home was sent a mailable address,
right,
and
that's always the way it's been done, and there are always a significant number that don't fill them out, and then someone from the census would knock on their door, but they didn't the last time because of COVID restrictions. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
You're saying every house in America got knocked on?
That is not correct. I'm saying that we had a protocol that sent out a mailing, multiple mailings. People either self-respond, or they didn't. If they didn't, that kicked in the next phase called the non-response follow-up. And it's that subset of houses that gets knocked on.
And every person that did not respond was greeted by a census employee.
Every household.
Every household.
It's an address.
How then,
to my knowledge.
How then was there such a mistake in the census? Many of us believe that the federal agencies are populated with hyper-partisan, left-wing extremists. And, it just so many mistakes that are made, big mistakes in this town, always just mysteriously benefit Democrats at the expense of Republicans. So the purpose of this hearing is we're going to be watching the census, and we expect it to be pretty accurate. You mentioned technology, use technology in helping to count. How many employees full-time right now are in the census?
Full-time, I would think, I'm guessing around 10,000. Because
10,000.
Not only do we...
I know that doesn't count how many you hire part-time during the census year, but 10,000.
We have 6 regional offices.
You mentioned the adoption of technology and AI and all of that. Do you still need 10,000 employees? Or because of technology, can the census get by with less employees?
Well, keep in mind, Congressman, that we have 3 different censuses. 2 of the 3 we do every 5 years, economic census and
Are
the census
they
of government.
any more accurate than the last one? And let me say this. According to recent projections, the states that voted for their electors for Kamala Harris are poised to lose as many as 12 seats. If the projections continue, the way the blue state, you would assume more people are probably going to move out of New York, and more people are going to move to South Carolina and Florida and some of the growth states. More people are moving to Arizona, Montana, the Dakotas, out of California. So it's of the utmost importance that we have confidence in the census. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't have confidence in the census the last time, and that wasn't under you, and that was in the Trump administration. We're trying to determine now whether we're going to have confidence in the census moving forward. And I just think it's very important that every one of those 10,000 employees in the census understand that we're watching the census, and we expect with the technology, with the massive budget you have, with all these federal employees, we expect a better product than what we got in this last census, because this last census was not acceptable. It was political, and we're very disappointed in the Census Bureau. So with that, Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would warn you not to sleep on New York. But I do want to address one thing that you just said that I found interesting. Mr. Santos, does the census count determine the House districts in each state?
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. So when the chairman says that 100% of the 3 or 4 seats that were miscounted would be Republican, that's not based on the census numbers, right?
Correct.
No, that's based on Republican gerrymandering. And I raised North Carolina as just one example. If you want to talk about the difference in the majority in the House, North Carolina is pretty much a 50-50 state. And yet, this past cycle, the North Carolina legislature gerrymandered North Carolina to remove 3 Democratic seats and make 3 more Republican safe seats to go from a 7-7 split to a 10-4 split. Now, I think the chairman would agree with me that 3 seats flipped right there make the difference in the majority in the House. And it is, in fact, just an assumption of the chairman that Republican states where the legislature, Republican-controlled legislatures, would automatically make additional seats Republican, even though, as my colleague from Texas pointed out, the vast majority of new residents in Texas are in urban areas, which traditionally vote Democratic, rather than in areas that traditionally vote Republican. So it is noteworthy that the assumption of that the census was politically motivated is based on nothing, and then the assumption that the results hurt Republicans, of course, is based on the assumption and expectation that Republicans would use gerrymandering to favor themselves. I want to focus briefly on another issue that has been sort of percolating in this hearing, which is the issue of citizenship. And you, I believe you've said you've done some research on the impact of a citizenship question on the census. Have you or your agency estimated the number of people who would not respond because if there were a citizenship question?
We have done research that gives those estimates. I would like to use that as a question for the record. We have the research we're happy to provide.
Well, I've seen numbers of 9 million, which is quite significant. And am I correct that the census, of course, is not just about apportionment, right? It determines a lot of different things. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, in 2021 alone, there were 353 federal assistance programs that used the census data to distribute $2.8 trillion to communities across the country. And those programs obviously go to services regardless of whether someone is a citizen or not. In fact, some of the census data, am I correct, was essential in deploying recovery funding in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Correct.
Now, putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s views to the side, did the COVID virus ask people whether they were citizens or not before it infected them?
No.
No. The bottom line is we've heard voter fraud, which is effectively not a problem. And we've also heard a lot of misinformation coming from Mr. Trump about the purpose of immigration to increase voting and increase Democrats voting. In fact, Elon Musk has been a big, big believer in this bogus theory about how Democrats, I think he said, are deliberately doing voter importation to swing states and fast-tracking them to citizenship. Are you aware of how long it takes for someone to get citizenship?
I am not aware of the specific, but I know that it takes many years.
Yeah. On average, it often takes far more than 10 years. And that's, in fact, I was talking to some of my Republican colleagues who were citing examples of 13 and 14 years, and that was someone who was married to a naturalized citizen. So this notion that there's some nefarious purpose to increase Democratic voting, when of course voting requires citizenship, not being counted in the census, is completely bogus, and we ought to debunk it right here. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At the request of the witness, we will take a short 5-minute break, bathroom break, and pursuant to the previous order, the committee stands in recess for 5 quick minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. The committee will come back to order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Santos, for being here today. The decennial census is absolutely critical to the functioning of our federal government. It determines how resources are allocated and how congressional representation is distributed across the country. As we look toward the 2030 census, I'm increasingly concerned about the impact of the policies from this administration on its accuracy and fairness. Over the past 4 years, we've seen policies that, if left unchecked, could seriously distort the results, leading to skewed congressional apportionment. Today, I want to focus on how the Biden administration's handling of the southern border could undermine the integrity of the 2030 census. It's essential that we take the necessary steps now to ensure a fair and accurate count in 2030. Director Santos, while the number is likely drastically higher, can we at least agree that 5 million people have entered the country illegally in the last 4 years?
Thank you for the question, but I don't have access to that type of information.
Okay, NPR says 8 million. A lot of other think tanks go far higher, some as high as 15 to 20. So, I mean, that's enough to fill a dozen plus congressional districts. So do you think it's a problem if we are counting 10, 20 million people in the census that are in this country illegally? Do you think that that's a challenge to achieving your objective of an accurate count for purposes of apportioning federal dollars and reapportioning congressional districts?
It's certainly a challenge from the perspective of getting folks to participate in the decennial census, yes.
What's the purpose of the census?
It's to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place.
To then apportion federal tax dollars and
Correct.
to redistrict congressional districts?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that we should give people in this country illegally federal tax dollars, and should they be given sway over how we reapportion our congressional districts?
That is a policy question that I will leave to the policymakers. We simply focus on our mission to enumerate the entire population.
Okay, I think most Americans, the overwhelming majority, would think that if you're in this country illegally, you should not be getting federal dollars. And currently, under the rules that we have in place, that is not happening because they're included in the census whether they are in this country legally or not. They're also receiving representation in Congress, skewing the results of the individuals that are legally allowed to vote, which in turn reduces American citizens' effective representation in Congress because they're getting a reduced benefit for being here legally and following the rules. So is that it seems like a problem.
That is not for me to determine. We simply focus on our mission.
Okay, so if we added additional questions regarding whether the individual was a citizen, whether they're born here, whether their parents are born here, naturalized, it'd probably be helpful to know if they were a lawful permanent resident or a visa holder or whatever. That would give us an additional data point to then achieve the objective of the census, would it not?
The objective of the census is to count all
for purposes of apportioning federal tax dollars and redistricting. So again, it seems kind of silly that we're sitting here talking about whether we should achieve the purpose of the census or some other purpose, because we're not achieving the purpose of the census if we're not getting that additional data point. We've been fighting about this for years, and there's been little cooperation from across the aisle. In 2019, President Trump tried to add the citizenship question to the census to better understand this issue. It was blocked by congressional Democrats. In May of this year, the House passed H.R. 7109, which would statutorily add a question to the census. And 7 months later, that bill is still sitting in the Senate under Majority Leader Schumer's control awaiting action. This is going to be addressed next Congress, if not in the next few months, but this should not be an issue. I've heard countless arguments and rebuttals from my colleagues across the aisle regarding the citizenship question that we've been advocating for since 2017. It just seems bizarre to me that we're still having this conversation when, if you're in this country illegally, you do not deserve the benefit of federal taxpayer dollars, and you do not deserve the benefit to reduce the effectiveness of a citizen's vote. I'm running out of time. Are you planning to use AI in the next census? There's a lot of different data points that you could use to more accurately reflect the true count. Is there any way that you're going to be using new technology to address that?
We're going to be using new technology to improve counts, yes.
Are you going to be, I'm out of time. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a lot of hay being made in this hearing about undercounts, overcounts, but importantly, an attribution of motivation around differences in counts. Director Santos, thank you so much for being with us here today. First and foremost, undercounts and overcounts are standard in every census to any degree, correct?
That is correct.
We have a massive undertaking of trying to count and fulfill our constitutional responsibility of counting. What we now know is over 300 million people in the United States, correct?
That is correct.
So, of course, there's going to be some parents that maybe have a kid in college and they count them as part of their household. That kid in college, they want to be counted as their own adult. And so sometimes you'll have some doubling up and very casual situations like that, correct?
Correct.
And then it is the census's responsibility to try to mitigate some of that and sort all of that out, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's so much being made about the fact that there were some overcounts and undercounts in the 2020 census. I have one pretty simple question for you. Who was president in 2020?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump was president in 2020. And yet there seems to be some suggestion that there was some political motivation to somehow help Democrats in the administration of the census. Now, given that Donald Trump was president, I find that odd, but let's approach this this deeper suggestion that, I'll just say it, what I've seen an allusion to is that there was some deep state conspiracy to try to somehow change or manipulate the U.S. Census counts. But we were here. I was here with the chairman during that time as well. There was a pandemic going on. And I have reporting here on a letter from senior census officials at that time identifying, in fact, the opposite, attempted political interference of crucial aspects, technical aspects of the count, and political pressure to take shortcuts to make the count worse. Now, Director Santos, that aside, you are a nonpartisan member of the government, but I do have a question. Is it accurate to say that the administration during President Trump's presidency did push to try to cut the census short, a shorter timeline than typical, before the count was completed?
That's my understanding.
So the count was cut short. President Trump decided to count and decided to shorten that census count. And, you know, when we talk about areas that may have been undercounted, including some, what we see now, Republican-leaning areas, a lot of times those can be rural areas, correct?
Correct.
So we have rural areas, and that oftentimes requires more time to accurately count. And to the chairman's question, having door-to-door canvassers in a rural area, it takes more time to canvass a rural area, correct?
Correct.
Because you have people who live miles apart, as opposed to an urban area where multiple people live in the same building, correct?
Yes.
So cutting a census short, when the Trump administration pushed to cut the census count short, he was hurting areas that were rural and happen, as we know, may vote with him. But that's separate from a political determination on the census, correct?
Correct.
So this brings me to what we often know as Hanlon's razor, which is to not ascribe to malice what can be more easily attributed to stupidity and a lack of proper governance. And when President Trump decided to cut the census short and make a decision that hurt his own political constituency, I don't think that that is something that can be ascribed to the nonpartisan public servants who simply have to carry out his own orders, correct?
I'm not quite sure what the question was.
Okay. Would you say, let me restate this. Would you say that that the Census Bureau was following the President Trump's administration's, his orders and following his guidance on the timeline of the census and basically had to do their best with the limited resources they were given.
Yeah, we follow the rule of law, and we did the best we could with our resources, yes.
Thank you very much. And to that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Doesn't appear there are any other questioners here. Who do you think? Who's coming? Presley's on her way. Okay.
We could suspend for a moment.
Well, and look, we're waiting for Ms. Presley.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Urban League, a statement by the Honorable Mark Shepard, Republican Mayor of Clearfield, Utah, and questions from Representative Thomas Swazi.
Without objection, so ordered.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'd also like to seek to enter into the record articles from the New York Times on New York losing House seats after coming up 89 people short on the census.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Director Santos for your diligence in spending the day with us answering questions about the United States Census. I am proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, which includes Albuquerque and 10 counties in central New Mexico. And the United States Census is absolutely essential to my communities, and an accurate count is very essential to my communities because we are tribal communities, we are rural communities, we are low-income communities, and the census is essential for not only capturing, of course, who's there, what their backgrounds are, where they live, but it is absolutely essential for all of the federal services that our communities depend on to survive. Everything from housing programs to food programs to roads, you name it. The United States Census is how we make sure that there is a fair assessment. And as has been noted this morning, the impact during 2020 of having the pandemic happen in the middle was in many ways very catastrophic, not only obviously for the fact that many people got sick, but because it happened at the most critical moment that we were trying to assess what was going on in our communities. You know, I, for one, want to say thank you to all of our census workers out there, not just the enumerators that were hired to go out there and to work with the Fair Count organizations that stepped up to the plate, but to the people who do the hard work behind the scenes. Many people know this about me because I say it almost every time here in the Oversight Committee, but I'm a former OMB employee. And OMB plays a critical role also in managing the census and making sure that the way in which we structure the census makes sense, reflects our most contemporary ideas about the purpose of the census. But I think it's important, and I know a number of folks here today have pointed out that the real purpose of the census, which goes back to our founding as a country, goes back to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, where it states very clearly that, you know, the apportionment of seats in the House of Representatives is based on a count of the whole persons in each state. And we conduct censuses to really just understand where are the humans. And, you know, there's been some rhetoric here this morning about should we count immigrants, should we count people who are from somewhere else? And, you know, I think it's important to maybe like step back and take a moment, because unless you're indigenous, unless your people have lived on this continent for thousands of years, of which we have many, many people, your families are immigrants. And when your people came to this country, whether they came of their own accord or because they were brought here, they were counted because we had censuses. And they appeared in censuses. And for my colleagues across the aisle that don't realize this, I really encourage you, go on your own genealogical journeys, find your ancestors. For me, many of my ancestors are Irish. And, you know, looking at the census records, it's amazing. You find your immigrant families born in Ireland in X county and came here in 1851. We do that. That is a record of the humans that are in this country and how they got here. So the arguments that we're hearing here this morning that immigrants should not be counted is un-American. It's literally un-American. It is really about sowing a narrative, a political narrative that is being propagated for political reasons. We know that in the wake of this election, Donald Trump has promised that he wants to do a mass deportation scheme. During his last presidency, he tried to force federal workers in the United States Census to add a question about citizenship that was not for the purposes of just good government and making sure that folks would, be counted. It was for the purpose that people could be identified and targeted should they actually carry out some of their more nefarious mass deportation schemes. So I think it's really important that people understand this is not good government arguments. This is based on a political desire, one, to identify immigrants in a time and a place when immigrants are being targeted by the incoming election and the incoming administration, and that they're talking about transforming the federal government. And I just heard some language here a few moments ago from some of my friends across the aisle where they said, we want the federal census employees to know we're watching you. That should be chilling. We are the Oversight Committee, and our job is to conduct oversight, but it is not to intimidate federal employees, and that's wrong, and we're going to fight it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and I yield back.
Maybe we just let them work from home. Chair recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Director Santos, thank you for being here today. The work of the Census Bureau is essential to our democracy. I often remind people that if you are not being counted in the eyes of the federal government, you don't count. But of course, this work is far more than simply counting people. By providing comprehensive and accurate data, it gives us the tools necessary to ensure the federal government truly serves all communities. We rely on this data to be responsive to issues experienced by everyone who calls this country home, ranging from policy enactment to resource allocation. For example, the data from the Census Bureau on religious affiliation was critical to ensure our Jewish and Muslim siblings receive support during moments of heightened anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Director Santos, you are constantly improving the census survey and data analysis. How have the recent updates to race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation impacted our understanding of disparities across policy areas like healthcare and housing?
Well, thank you very much for that question. With regard to the revised race and ethnicity standards, they are still in the process of being implemented. However, having said that, in the 2020 census, we were able to capture additional granularity on multiple races and ethnicities. So if the line said, "Are you African American or Black?" you could check yes, and underneath it would say, "And what else?" and you could record Latino or Asian or whatever. And so we have some very rich data on over 300 races, ethnicities, and mixtures of multi-races, multi-ethnicities, multi-race ethnicities, as well as over 1,200 individual tribes. So we have very granular data that can really paint the portrait of who we are as a nation.
Well, before I move on, speaking of granularity, is that true for the API community as well? Because there's long been an effort to have that in more of a disaggregate.
Yes, it is,
Okay.
and the future coming, the current regulation for race and ethnicity includes disaggregated.
Okay, wonderful. And I mean, again, at a time when diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are under coordinated and unrelenting attacks, including from some in this room, the importance of the Census Bureau's mission really cannot be overstated enough. But it is under threat. And with what was once called Project 2025 is now simply Trump's agenda. Extremist conservatives are trying to weaken the census. Director Santos, what are the potential harms of not collecting accurate and detailed racial data?
By not accurately collecting that information, we are then at a loss to be able to help communities in all aspects of policymaking and service, whether it comes to, which routes to have for public transportation, to the types of schooling and what languages would be provided at schools, at health centers, Public health is a huge issue. Public safety would be a huge issue. Infrastructure, all aspects of society.
Thank you. And so bearing that in mind, how is the Bureau safeguarding against actions or policies that could undermine the diversity and inclusivity of census data?
Well, we basically are hyper-focused on our mission to collect the most accurate statistical data and provide it to the public. And we live our values of scientific integrity and independence and objectivity and transparency. And by living those values, that is a very powerful mechanism by which we can prevent against any meddling as we've seen in the past.
Thank you, Director. Every community deserves to be seen, heard, and invested in, and there should be no erasure. We have a moral responsibility to ensure that the federal government does not forget the people it serves, and that means ensuring everyone can identify themselves fully and authentically. And I'll just take a note of personal privilege to say I continue to be incredibly frustrated and at the injustice that we have incarcerated individuals being counted according to where they're being warehoused instead of being counted according to the communities that they're from, destabilized, and communities that have been divested from and underfunded, which often led them to a pathway to incarceration. So I just wanted to say that. But again, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. That appears to conclude the questioning for today. Director, we appreciate your attendance here today, and I know Representative Palmer and maybe a few more representatives had some follow-up questions for you. So with that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business, and I might add that we will be in communication throughout the next Congress, because again, this committee has legislative jurisdiction over the census, and as you can see today, there's a lot of concern moving forward to ensure that there's an accurate count, and that will be an emphasis on every government agency to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent correctly, wisely, efficiently. So if there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
This hearing of the Subcommittee of Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs will come to order. I want to welcome everyone for joining us. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Today, we are here once again to examine the Biden-Harris administration's decision to effectively ban liquefied natural gas, or LNG, exports to non-free trade agreement countries. On January 26th this year, the administration announced that it would be pausing pending decisions on export permitting for LNG to non-FTA countries. This surprise decision was yet another example of this administration's efforts to kill American independence and American energy independence. This is, let's make no mistake about it, this is an effective ban. One person's ban is another person's pause. But this committee has been conducting oversight to understand what led to the administration's decision. Unfortunately, the administration has refused to be transparent. On April 18th of this year, the subcommittee held a hearing with Assistant Secretary Brad Crabtree. At our hearing, Mr. Crabtree testified that the new department analysis to evaluate whether additional exports were in the public interest was, and I quote, well underway, unquote. A few weeks later, on May 23rd, Secretary Granholm appeared before our full committee. Secretary assured the committee that the study would be completed and the ban would be lifted during the first quarter of 2025. Since the ban was instituted, energy companies investing in new LNG export projects have struggled to navigate an uncertain future. Because what they're looking for, as any business is looking for, is certainty and stability so they can invest and create, incidentally, high-paying American jobs. The holding pattern imposed by the ban has led to a significant number of project delays, high regulatory and legal costs, and a great deal of uncertainty for the workforces and communities supporting these large-scale, capital-intensive projects. Research by the National Association of Manufacturers found that nearly 1 million jobs would be in jeopardy over the next 2 decades should the ban remain in place. So how did we get here? And who was really responsible for the decision? The motivations appear to be entirely political, and that's very unfortunate. Reports indicate that before the ban, the White House met with activists and TikTok influencers, not making that up, who were adamant that the administration take radical steps to address climate change and eliminate fossil fuels. John Podesta, the senior advisor to the President for International Climate Policy, engaged in these meetings, calling into question what information the administration relied upon to impose the export ban and risk the ban's significant economic and national security implications. Ongoing FOIA litigation led to an organization called Government Accountability and Oversight, sought to uncover information supplied to the Department of Energy headquarters before the January 24 decision. And as it turns out, there may have already been a 2023 study in existence that the department kept under wraps and is still fighting to withhold. It appears possible that when the information the department had did not fit the narrative pushed by the White House, that information was buried in an attempt to clear the way for a more politically favorable analysis. This administration has been steadfast in its efforts to cripple American independence. After and hiding inconvenient facts from the public to support radical activists is yet another example of these efforts. The U.S. LNG exports are crucial not only to American independence, but also amidst a fragile geopolitical environment. From the Israel-Hamas war to the Russian invasion of Ukraine to the growing threats posed by an ever-aggressive China, countries across the world have heightened awareness of their own energy reliance. The U.S. plays a significant role in helping these countries meet their future energy demand. Withholding our LNG potential simply to appease climate extremists fails not only to help our allies, it doesn't help our citizens here at home either, and who incidentally work tirelessly to keep the power on, not only in this country, but around the world. The incoming Trump administration should reverse course on these short-sighted actions and usher in a new era of U.S. energy leadership. Reports show that President-elect Trump plans to lift the Biden-Harris LNG export ban and increase American energy production early in his administration. I'm concerned, however, about the reports that the Biden-Harris administration is rushing to complete its final study and skew the record before the incoming Trump administration can undo the damage already done. I want to thank Mr. Crabtree for appearing to testify here today. Senior Advisor to the President, John Podesta, declined to participate in today's hearing despite our invitation. And there's a chair for him. If he's watching, he's welcome to come anytime. We'd love to have him. This is unfortunate, his absence, considering there's many questions that this committee believes he could help answer. I urge the White House to preserve their records and ensure them that we will be obtaining the information we seek one way or another, particularly after the 20th of January. I now recognize the ranking member for purposes of making an opening statement.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our Assistant Secretary for being here with us today. As was mentioned, this is a rehash of a topic that we've already covered in this subcommittee. And in fact, we've already had 2 hearings on gas stoves, 2 hearings on how the government has forced electric vehicles, and now a second hearing on this 1-year pause reviewing applications for LNG exports. This is a politically manufactured non-issue. This is actually not a ban. This is about using the best available economic analysis and science to understand how LNG exports affect American consumer markets, how they affect the price of oil and gas here in the United States, how they affect prices for consumers here in the United States, and in light of supply and demand issues, especially with foreign wars, with constraints on gas exports and other countries, and other impacts, including climate change and social justice and environmental impacts, what the implications are for expanding our capacity. I think any good business would want a good, sound economic analysis. And if the United States is a business, as we know it is, it's in the business of making sure that the American taxpayers get a good return on any investment that we make or any sale that we get from American resources, then it is who of us to do our due diligence to make sure that the energy that is being produced here in the United States, the infrastructure that the United States is investing in, and the places in which that infrastructure goes does not have an undue impact on our economy, on American families, on oil and gas prices, and on the environment and the global climate crisis. And that's really what this all comes down to. So this is about modernizing and understanding the state of play, especially after we've come out of a historic pandemic and global disturbances in international gas markets, to understand what's going on. Which seems pretty reasonable, but oftentimes, in this committee, things get spun in a way that sounds like there's some vast conspiracy theory. And I think it's important to just be real with the American people. We are literally 2 weeks out from adjourning for the holidays. On January 20th, we'll have a new administration. They've made very clear, it was just stated in the opening statement, that their intention is to vastly expand LNG exports. And that has nothing to do with American energy security. That has everything to do with expanding opportunities to sell American oil and gas overseas so that American companies can profit from the pumping that they're doing here in the United States. We are energy secure. And in fact, as somebody who also comes from an oil and gas state, we have amongst the highest oil and gas pumping that we've ever seen in American history right now. In fact, just in our backyard. So this is not about energy security. And, before I came to Congress, I was actually a staffer on the Senate Energy Committee. And I marveled often as a staffer when we would see these industry-led hearings come before the committee. And you always wonder, what are the conversations that were had with industry before they decided to hold hearings like this? Because it's clearly in the service of creating a congressional record so that when the Trump administration comes in, there's some legal and possibly congressional teeth to whatever fight these private companies are hoping to take on. So I think it's important to be clear-eyed about what this hearing actually is and pull back the curtain a little bit, and to also be clear about what it is that we're actually talking about. This is not a ban. The Department of Energy is updating their data and analysis, working with experts from our national laboratories, and it's an important part of the process for looking at additional permit applications. And this is just part of doing business and being a responsible business. And so this is a bit of a witch hunt, especially in the final days of this Congress and of the administration. I think it's really important that we have the Assistant Secretary here today to talk about what the Biden administration has done to address American energy security. And in fact, we have amongst the highest energy security we've ever had in American history. And, you know, prices are going down. Manufacturing is going up, jobs are going up, and we're having a renaissance here in the United States in domestic production and manufacturing. And so I think it would be a dang shame to see it get dismantled in the coming months, because we know that it's stimulating economic opportunity, it's creating thousands of jobs, it's helping millions of Americans, it's bringing down costs. And this is really about trying to pump up profits for private corporations, not about caring for the people of this country. So I look forward to hearing from the Assistant Secretary. I applaud the Department of Energy's efforts to create a fact-based policy document that we can use to help plan for our industry exports and to understand the economic and environmental implications of what we do as we are, as a country, figuring out how we want to handle this industry and its implications. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Today we are joined by Mr. Brad Crabtree, who serves as the Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Fuel and Carbon Management. Mr. Crabtree previously testified before this subcommittee in April of this year. We also invited Senior Advisor to the President for International Climate Policy, John Podesta, who declined the committee's invitation to participate. I want to thank you, Mr. Crabtree, for your willingness to join us here today. As you can see, we only had 50% success rate, so I'm glad you're here. Without objection, Representative Higgins of Louisiana and Representative Pfluger from Texas are waived on to the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning the witness at today's hearing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. We appreciate, sir, you being here today and look forward to hearing your testimony. Let me remind the witness that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral comments to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button. You know the drill. And 4 minutes of green, 1 minute of yellow, and then red if you could wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Crabtree for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again. And Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Stansbury, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to testify before the subcommittee. I look forward to discussing the Department of Energy's updates to the analyses that underpin our decisions on on applications to export liquefied natural gas to non-free trade agreement countries. Let me begin by emphasizing that there has never been a ban on LNG exports. The U.S. is the #1 exporter of LNG worldwide and of natural gas, and DOE has authorized every operating project, every project under construction, and a number of additional projects to export U.S. natural gas as LNG to those countries with which we do not have a free trade agreement. Current exports reached a new high this year, averaging over 12 billion cubic feet per day, and exports are expected to reach 14 billion cubic feet per day next year as new projects come online. Once all authorized projects currently under construction do come online, our export capacity is set to reach over 26 billion cubic feet per day. That's more than double our current export level. What this means is that by just 2030, half a decade, U.S. export capacity will exceed any other country by over 40%, and that takes all announced global capacity additions in other countries into account. Our total level of non-FTA exports already authorized goes well beyond these numbers, with another 22 billion cubic feet of export capacity authorized, but not yet having reached a final financial investment decision. In short, the program I lead has authorized over 48 billion cubic feet in exports to non-FTA countries, 4 times our actual current LNG export levels and nearly 45% of our current domestic natural gas production. By any measure, our export posture is strong and will grow dramatically during the remainder of this decade, regardless of future export approvals. With that context in mind, DOE needs to fully understand how additional authorized exports could impact our economy, community, energy prices for domestic consumers and manufacturers, international partners, and the environment. To that end, earlier this year, DOE announced that we are undertaking a review of the economic and environmental analyses, again, that underpin our public interest determinations. We also announced that we would pause final authorizations pending applications while we conducted the review. In 2011 and 2012, DOE commissioned 2 studies to examine the domestic economic impact of U.S. LNG exports. In December 2012, DOE published the first 2 economic studies. During that update, as with this one, DOE temporarily deferred its review of all pending non-FTA applications. Beginning in 2014, DOE undertook studies to evaluate the environmental impacts associated with LNG exports because the existing analysis did not account for the latest scientific understanding of the impact of greenhouse gas emissions. The most recent economic study, published in 2018, considered the total volume of non-FTA exports authorized at that time equivalent to 21.35 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day, and the additional volume of LNG requested for export in the then pending applications. DOE provided notice of each of these studies in the Federal Register and solicited public comment. This associated public comment process has been a valuable part of our decision-making ever since. I would note that one key difference between those reviews and the current update is we have seen the pivotal role U.S. LNG plays in safeguarding global energy security. We have also seen periods during which U.S. LNG exports had a noticeable influence on domestic prices, especially when demand outpaced supply following the post-COVID economic recovery. And we are seeing how LNG exports affect communities near liquefaction sites in both positive and negative ways. Finally, over the past several years, we have learned a lot more about greenhouse gas emissions from the natural gas supply chain and what actions can and should be taken to mitigate them. The forthcoming update of our economic and environmental analysis is both robust and comprehensive, and we expect to release the final study at the middle of by mid-December for a 60-day public comment period. Mr. Chairman, DOE is proud of its strong record of relying on the most up-to-date and robust data and analyses when making our public interest determinations. Without these updated analyses, applicants whose non-FTA export applications are approved by DOE could face likely legal challenges alleging that DOE improperly relied on outdated analysis in making its public interest determinations. This update underway ensures that DOE will rely on the most up-to-date and robust data and analyses to the benefit not only of U.S. consumers and the nation's economic competitiveness, but also to the applicants themselves who are seeking non-FTA export authorizations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. It's unfortunate, I know. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. I think it's unfortunate that Mr. Podesta has declined our invitation to appear before the subcommittee today. These are questions that I would have asked him. I would have asked him how many times did he meet with TikTok influencers on climate issues leading up to or following the announcement of the LNG export ban. Would have asked him what if the White House was relying on TikTok influencers for policy advice when it pushed the LNG ban on the DOE. I'd like to know, did the White House vet individuals and activists from organizations that it spoke to about the LNG ban? Did they vet them for foreign influence or sponsorship? Did the Biden-Harris administration make the decision to institute the ban on the LNG exports in order to appease climate activists or in response to foreign influence or other conflicts of interest? It's also concerning that Mr. Podesta's brother, Tony, is known to have lobbied for foreign LNG companies, including one co-owned by Gutter's state-run energy company. Over the past 11 months since the announcement of the pause, Gutter has secured long-term LNG export contracts, invested in export infrastructure, and increased capacity while the United States falls behind competitively. I would also like to enter into the record an article by the Washington Free Beacon detailing these findings. Without objection, so ordered. So do these represent a significant conflict of interest? I think the American people have a right to know, and we don't know if we can't have those questions answered. It's unfortunate, and I had to burn 2 of my minutes to asking questions I knew I wasn't going to get answers to. But we do have a witness that is here today, Mr. Crabtree, and I want to thank you for showing up. And Mr. Crabtree, as you know, the committee sent a letter to your department on the 23rd of October this year requesting information regarding a potential draft study of LNG exports that was completed in 2023. Are you familiar with the study, and what can you share about any analysis that was done prior to the decision to pause?
I'm not aware, sir. I've not been presented with the document, so I'm not aware of what you're referring to. What I can say about the process we've undertaken is the discussions of potentially updating the analyses were occurring at the staff level when I joined the administration. And by early 2023, we were having discussions about updating the analysis. And work began at that time. Okay. And there are many facets to this analysis. Each of them involves modeling. Sure. Each of them has a qualitative and quantitative analytical component. And so I imagine what you're referring to is early documentation of that sort, but a complete study did not exist in 2020.
Did the White House, via Mr. Podesta or anyone else, ever advise or suggest to you or anyone on your team about outcomes, on what outcomes the final study or any prior study needed to support?
No. I had no interaction that I recall with the White House.
Have you ever had any pushback on any directives given by the White House as it relates to the future of U.S. LNG exports?
No.
Okay. So what I think is very important for folks to understand is these FTA countries, we only have an agreements with 20, and there's roughly 195 countries in the world. So 175 countries aren't part of the FTA. So when you have a ban or a pause, it greatly impacts our ability not only to keep high-paying American jobs, but also securing our the energy security of our allies. I had 2 different European allies come into our office begging us to have the president lift this, whatever you want to call it, the ban or pause, and that they ostensibly were in our office for different reasons. Mr. Crabtree, how many permits? Because Democrats on the committee are claiming this was a pause and not a ban. So how many permits have been issued since January 26th, 2024 to non-FTA countries?
We have issued a permit to the New Fortress Energy Altamira project was issued in August.
Okay, so the answer to that question would be one?
One.
One in a year. And did they apply for a 5-year or a 20-year lease?
Applied for a 20-year.
Okay, were they granted the 20-year lease?
No, we granted them a 5-year because until we update our analysis, we need to be able to substantiate that standard.
But you could do both. You could be doing a study and also having an American company export a vital resource, because they're either going to get it from New Mexico or Texas or some other state in our union, or they're going to get it from Moscow. I'd far rather have them get it from us.
Just as the DOE did in 2012, we chose to pause our consideration of applications.
Oh, I know you did, and I think that was misguided. I think it was a big mistake. Now, this company that you issued the 5-year and not the 20-year permit to, there was also an inclusion where they couldn't just ask for, after 5 years, they couldn't ask for an extension. They had to wait 2 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think that's just a very short-sighted and misguided policy. Thank you again for coming, though. I yield to the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions. I yield to our friend Ms. Brown from Ohio for her 5 minutes of questions.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Biden-Harris administration has lived up to its promise to strengthen American energy independence like never before, while simultaneously combating climate change. As we've discussed in previous hearings in this subcommittee in 2023, the United States achieved its highest level of energy production ever. This is a remarkable achievement, especially after a global pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine. In fact, the 4 years of Biden-Harris administration will mark 4 consecutive years of liquid natural gas production increases. The administration's efforts have solidified the United States as the world's #1 LNG exporter. And LNG exports are expected to continue increasing through the end of the decade. So, Assistant Secretary Crabtree, thank you for joining us again. I know we've discussed much of this before, but it's worth re-emphasizing since my colleagues on the other side of the aisle often overlook the success of the Biden-Harris administration. First, is the United States still the world's largest exporter of liquid natural gas?
Yes, and we will continue to be the largest exporter in 2030 based on current approvals and commitments by other countries.
Thank you. And Assistant Secretary Crabtree, can you walk us through how we as a country have gotten to this level of liquid natural gas production under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, the significant approvals made by the Department of Energy for authorized exports, those projects have continued to come online. I mentioned at the outset, we're currently exporting 12 billion cubic feet a day. With additional capacity coming online, we anticipate 14 billion cubic feet next year. I would note that in 2018 or 2019, we were at about 3 to 4 billion cubic feet. U.S. LNG exports exploded over a 10-year period. It's one of the most remarkable transformations in history in terms of energy. We started from a dead stop in 2015 to now being the largest exporter in the world, and we will be doubling those exports essentially by the end of the decade.
And you touched on this a little bit. How has the Department of Energy responded to the global crisis to ensure we have remained in this top spot and continue to supply LNG to our allies?
Well, let me note that it takes many years to develop, permit, and finance a LNG project. And when our office approves an authorization, we give that company 7 years to begin exports. And we know from the experience going back to the first projects in 2015 until now, these projects can take many years. In fact, there are many projects that have failed to commence exports within 6 years of being authorized by our office. And many have sought actual extensions of that time period. So the key thing that has been misunderstood and needs to be understood is our decisions have had no impact and will have no impact on the flow of natural gas, not over in future months, but years, because of all of the authorizations and the projects that have a final investment decision and are under construction. U.S. supply will continue to grow. We now export about 60% of our natural gas goes directly to our European partners in their need following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that is more than about 2.5 times what Russia exports with pipelines and LNG. And it is roughly nearly half of European demand for natural gas is satisfied by U.S. LNG exports.
And what does that mean for the average American?
Well, what that means for the average American is that our country is playing a very important geostrategic role in supplying energy to Europe at a critical time and supporting our allies and their economic viability. And we are sending a U.S. export overseas, which provides American jobs and strengthens our position as a country. And what we're doing with this update of our analysis is to make sure, having authorized again 4 times our current exports, we are now taking this step of, as the program has done in both the Trump administration and in the Obama administration, update the analysis so that any future decisions in authorizing exports incorporate the best science and the best understanding of what the domestic and international economic, environmental, and other impacts will be.
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes our friend from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Secretary Crabtree, in ongoing FOIA litigation, the Department of Energy has identified approximately 97 documents related to LNG export, to the LNG export pause, but has resisted releasing them. Why? What is the rationale for not releasing those documents?
It is my understanding that our team that works on document production has been in cooperative engagement with the committee. They committed to 4 document distributions, which have occurred so far. And the next one, I understand, is planned for Friday. My understanding is it's about 2,000 or so pages of documentation. I am not part of the process of documentation or FOIAs, and so I can't speak to the details of that process. In my role, I have no involvement in it. But if you feel that the department has not been responsive to the committee, I'm happy to take any specific concerns back to that team.
Will you commit to releasing those documents to this committee? I mean, so we've done 4. You're doing another one Friday. That's 5 out of, what, 97 will you commit to releasing those documents?
I will commit to meeting our obligations under document production. I am not part of the team that does that, and so.
Well, you prepared for this hearing today, did you not?
I was invited to this hearing not to speak about document production, but
No,
to
but you
represent
did
the
prepare
natural
for the
gas
hearing.
program and its export authorization.
Well, but your interactions with Congress and this particular committee requesting these documents, this probably came up in preparation, did it not?
What I've shared with you came up in preparation,
Okay,
yes,
so-
but I am not involved in that
but there is
program.
no-
I'm not going to speak to something I'm not involved
Well,
in.
I understand that, but like there's no, if you prepared for this hearing today, you didn't just wake up and waltz in here. I don't understand the rationale that you don't have anything to do with it, hands off. And now, when we ask for these things, you're unable to answer the most basic questions about production of documents.
Sir, there's another document, we've undertaken 4 document productions, and there's another one scheduled for Friday. I'm happy to take very specific concerns back. I'm not going to speak to something I do not have any involvement in.
Well, hopefully that happens, but as the chairman indicated, we'll get them one way or another. Reports indicate that the Department of Energy relied on a study by Robert Haworth, which has been discredited by the Breakthrough Institute for its flawed methodology. Why was such a contested study given weight in this decision to pause LNG exports?
The work of Dr. Haworth played no role in the decision to undertake the update of our analyses. I don't know Mr. Haworth. My team has not interacted with him, nor have I. We have, at the National Energy Technology Lab, which is part of the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management that I represent, has the world-class recognized life cycle analysis team. When we release the study mid-December, you will see that there is an entire component to the study on life cycle analysis. It has a methodology. That methodology is completely different than the work of Mr. Haworth. I would note that there is a wide range of opinion in the life cycle analysis academic community, very wide range.
Were other opinions taken into consideration?
We
and not
take
just-
all opinions into consideration. We listen to the academic community, we hear from industry, we hear from scientific and technical organizations, NGOs. My point is that Dr. Haworth's study played no role in our decision-making, and our methodology is entirely different.
Okay. The pause obviously hindered LNG export or the terminal development, delayed infrastructure projects, jeopardized jobs in the energy sector. How does the Department of Energy justify these economic disruptions in light of the clear benefits of LNG exports to American workers and communities?
I'm very sorry. Can you repeat the?
How does the Department of Energy justify the disruptions, the economic disruptions, in light of the clear benefits of LNG exports to the American workers and the communities?
This won't surprise you that I don't agree with that assertion. The projects that are affected by the pause are 7. They are 5.6 billion cubic feet of capacity. We have authorized 48 billion cubic feet. If you talk to executives in the industry, they are struggling to find workers. They are struggling with EPC contracts. There is so much project development going on the Gulf Coast that they can't keep up. And the time frame that for the pause that we instituted is short enough that I do not agree with that assertion that there's been disruption to the development of U.S. projects, or certainly not.
I think others would have that a difference of opinion. Last question before my time wraps up. What steps is the Department of Energy taking to ensure that companies, domestic companies, can compete globally against nations like Qatar, Russia, which have capitalized on this pause that we have in this country?
So, again, I do not agree that they capitalized on this pause. Qatar's major announcement of increased capacity was years in the making, sir. I've met with Minister Al-Kabi himself and his team. They are very strategic. These are multi-billion-dollar investments that the decisions are made after years of work. So the idea that Qatar would be so unsophisticated that they would make that sort of a commitment based on our temporary decision is just not credible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes our friend from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crabtree, my Republican colleagues have frequently mischaracterized the Department of Energy's actions regarding the brief pause on reviewing new liquefied natural gas export permit applications. The truth is actually so much simpler. the Biden-Harris administration recognized significant changes in economic, global, national security, and environmental considerations for the liquefied natural gas industry. These changes prompted the need for an updated study to better inform decision makers on new LNG permits. Mr. Crabtree, can you give us a quick overview of the significant changes to the liquefied natural gas market that prompted a new study?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the changes are multiple. One is, again, as I've already noted, the sheer scale of the growth of the industry here in the United States from 0 in 2015 to 12 billion cubic feet averaging this year and expected 14 billion cubic feet of exports. That is unprecedented growth of an industry from a dead start. And as far as our reasoning, so we, as it's been noted by the chairman, that natural gas provides a very important role, and the ranking member as well, a very important role in our domestic economy. We are a major global manufacturer and industrial producer in the world today. Natural gas at a low cost is of great benefit to our economy. We also have households which depend on natural gas for heating and electricity. And so we need to make sure that as we grow this, as this industry has grown, that we are making decisions about future exports. We've authorized over half of our domestic natural gas production for export. So we want to make sure that going forward that we're, one, making sure that we're supplying our allies, which we're doing, and two, that we're making sure that we continue to maintain low prices and our domestic industrial competitiveness and also affordability for households. When we were faced with the decision of whether to pause our analysis and to pause our applications and update our analysis, we were looking at incoming applications that would have put our authorizations for export at levels that had been higher than the DOE has ever even modeled. And so this was an appropriate time for us to take a step back when all this development is in the pipeline and happening on the Gulf Coast, to take a look at what would be the implications of even higher export levels from an economic, jobs, of domestic prices, environmental, energy security, all those aspects. Do a science-based technical analysis so that future decisions about yet additional exports which are pending could be made responsibly.
Well, Mr. Crabtree, how will the new study lead to more informed decisions on new LNG permit applications, and how will that benefit Americans at large?
Well, so first of all, the current economic analysis we're working with is 6 years old, and as I had mentioned, we were only exporting 3 to 4 billion cubic feet per day when that study was completed during the Trump administration. And our latest environmental analysis is 5 years old. So we will now have more up-to-date analysis about the economic effects of increased export levels and the environmental effects. And the environmental effects are not only greenhouse gas emissions, but upstream and downstream effects of natural gas production related to export on communities, for example.
Well, Mr. Crabtree, will the new study also help LNG companies to have applications before the department?
Congressman, I appreciate that question because I think this is an important point that's getting lost. In 2012, the Obama administration undertook economic analysis of given levels of liquefied natural gas exports. When the Trump administration approved authorized exports, the Trump administration relied on the Obama-era analysis. During the Biden administration, in terms of the approvals that have been made by the Biden administration, then the team that I oversee in our Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management relied on the economic analysis from 2018 that was undertaken during the Trump administration. So there's a regular precedent of relying across administrations on the analysis of this program. And I would note that, and this is really important, in 2017, the Sierra Club challenged 4 of our export authorizations. This was during the Trump administration, and the DC court upheld those 4 authorizations, and it was in part based on the strength of the economic and environmental analysis that our program has consistently undertaken.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes our good friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to wave on. Mr. Crabtree, good to see you again. I'll start by saying I think the American public spoke pretty loud and clear on November 5th. So this is a great hearing, but we also have a mandate from the American public to actually unleash American energy. And that was at the top of the ballot, I believe, in every state. I want to get into some specifics, and I'll start by saying, was any analysis conducted by the administration prior to the January 26th announcement, specifically between January 1st, 2023 and October 31st of 2023? And how was it determined, that is, based on what specific factors and evidence, that an updated study was actually needed?
Yes, Congressman, good to see you again. Thank you for that question. You were not here, but earlier I explained that we actually began work on the update in the time frame largely that you suggest. The discussions were actually going on with the career team when I was confirmed and started my work. Those discussions began in earnest in 2023. The thing that I think has been misrepresented in some of the news coverage and comments that have been made is that the analysis is multifaceted. The labs we're working with and the team we have at DOE are working on, there's the domestic GDP and price impacts. There are environmental impacts, both greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental impacts. There's a whole range of things that we're looking at. Each of those areas has its own modeling and its own quantitative and qualitative analysis. So in 2023, there were work products being developed that were not a complete study, but that were part of the process that's been ongoing since then.
Let me jump to that. Have the DOE leadership or anyone in the White House received any reports or results, even if preliminary, of the export study conducted during those first 10 months that you're referring to? And did those reports conclude that there is no credible basis to restrict LNG exports? Is that what the initial report said, that there's no reason to restrict exports?
No, that was not what those reports.
So they said we do need to restrict.
There wasn't a report. There were
But
different
preliminary
work
information
products.
from the.
Yes, you could not derive that conclusion from that work.
Okay, so was there a conclusion derived that said to the president or the administration that you should restrict LNG?
No, nor was there one that we should increase it. It was not definitive in that way.
Okay, let me move to the White House involvement.
Sir, I would say it's an iterative process, like most modeling and analysis is. We agreed on assumptions as a team. We worked with our labs on an iterative basis. That's how DOE has done its analysis for years. And I just have to make this point. Across presidential administrations, DOE has been respected as one of the most significant scientific and technical organizations in the world. And when the study comes out mid-December, I think you will agree that this study is very consistent with that tradition.
I think our problem, and the reason that this hearing is probably being held today, is because that science seems to have been departed from, especially when considering the public interest and whether or not it is in the public interest to export LNG when every country around the world is asking for it. The Haworth study, I know my friend Mr. Fry was discussing this. Does DOE reject Haworth's findings?
Our methodology is fundamentally different from that of Mr. Haworth. I had said earlier, I don't know if you were in the room, that our National Energy Technology Lab Life Cycle Analysis team is one of the most distinguished in the world. The work that you will see mid-December for the life cycle analysis is their work, and the work of Mr. Haworth played no role in our decision to proceed with the analysis. And I would note again for the committee that there is a robust debate in the academic life cycle analysis community, as there are in many other academic communities, but DOE and its labs and the career staff do their own work, sir.
So can you say that you reject Haworth's findings?
No, I'm not going to make comments like that because the analysis is coming out mid-December, and I want all of you, industry, environmental organizations, the American public, to evaluate the study as the study when it's publicly available and not based on piecemeal on my comments.
Has the White House directed DOE to finalize the study before January 20th?
No, we committed all along to have this.
So it was Secretary Granholm did this of her own ambition, and the president never asked her to do this?
That's correct.
So I asked her about a year ago. She was the principal advisor to the President of the United States on energy matters, and she could not conclusively say that she was. So who else has led in this study? Can you name the names in Department of Energy?
My answer was not in reference to that. It was in reference to this study. And what I'm telling you is Secretary Granholm is the one who made the decision to undertake the update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Chair now recognizes our friend from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are always interesting journeys into the inner psychic worlds of industry and whatever it is they're trying to get out of these hearings so they can make their case in front of boards and courts and boardrooms. But I like to go back to basics a little bit because I think one of the things that we can do in hearings is to help educate the public. I think for many folks who are not industry experts or not energy nerds like us, they may not even know what exactly LNG is. Why do we export it? Why is the United States the largest exporter of LNG? How did we get here? So I wonder, Assistant Secretary, could you just briefly kind of give us a quick primer on what is LNG? Where does it come from? Why is the U.S. exporting so much of it? Why did we need to do a study about it?
So LNG is natural gas, highly compressed, so compressed that you can take very large volumes of gas and transport it on a ship efficiently, cost-effectively. The technology was really pioneered decades ago by Japan, which has deep energy insecurity because they don't produce their own energy resources. And starting from that Japanese leadership, it has become a major component of global energy production and use. Because it's natural gas, but it can be transported in compressed form, it's very convenient. It can be shipped all over the world. Our industry was financed by the private sector based on long-term contracts. The destinations of those contracts are flexible, so it's been very attractive for investors in the United States and around the world to invest in the development of our liquefaction terminals. U.S. LNG is especially attractive in the global market because of that destination flexibility. The second part of your question, I'm sorry,
Well, I think you're getting at it. One of the things I think that's important to understand, because oftentimes just the kind of economic and production realities of oil and gas production get lost in these conversations. And in New Mexico, similar to Texas, a significant portion of our state's income comes from oil and gas revenues. And so we track it very closely. And one of the things that I think is important to understand for folks who don't track the industry is that we had an exponential increase starting about a decade ago in gas production, especially in the Permian Basin, which is in New Mexico and Texas. And as a result of that and shrinking markets and the inability to offload gas in a timely manner in some cases, and overproduction because there was a lot of new horizontal drilling happening, et cetera, exports became increasingly important because we had extra stuff, right? And so there is an interest right now because there is a tremendous opportunity to increase drilling, which I think is the point that our colleagues across the aisle are making. But it's for the benefit of these private companies. So it is in the interest of these private companies to drill, baby, drill as much as they can produce and export as much as they can produce. But one of the constraining factors is infrastructure to actually get it onto ships and actually send it overseas. And so I think folks who are listening who may not understand the industry and kind of the ebb and flow of oil and gas production may not really kind of understand kind of the economics of what we're talking about here. This is not about American energy security. This is about creating international markets for private industry to sell excess gas that they have. And what the U.S. government is trying to do under the Biden administration is be responsible so that if industry is going to have a bonanza, which is being driven by international prices and demand, that we do it in a responsible manner, that it doesn't harm American consumers, that it doesn't drive up the cost of our own oil and gas prices, that it doesn't hurt us in our own utility payments, that it doesn't hit us at the pump, and that it doesn't have unintended consequences globally in terms of our geopolitical relationships with other countries, especially as we're facing conflicts and other responsibilities we have to our allies and those who are not our allies. So I think it's just important for folks to understand the context of what this study is. It's one of the most sophisticated modeling exercises. It's not a piece of paper, right? Folks are talking like, oh, they found a dusty piece of paper somewhere in a filing cabinet that they had already wrote and filed away. This is a multi-million-dollar modeling exercise to understand global export markets for gas products that the industry would like the U.S. government to permit and subsidize. And we're trying to figure it out, is it in the public interest to allow this giant bonanza without any guardrails around it? And that's really what this study is about. And that's why the majority is bringing this hearing here, is because industry is asking them to.
Chair now recognizes our friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crabtree, are you aware of any of our allies who have publicly supported what is described as the pause?
Both prior to and following our decision to pause consideration of pending applications, I met with a number of my counterparts in importing countries. And there are different views about the pause, but what has been mischaracterized.
No, I'm just asking you which ones. I think publicly supported.
I'm not going to, in a congressional hearing, I'm not going to draw out our individual allies.
I'm not asking you to draw them out.
I said which ones.
I said publicly supported, so you're not drawing someone out if you're just echoing their public. I'm just asking you which ones publicly supported the so-called pause. Any?
They also didn't publicly oppose it either. You've had individual policymakers from Europe and East Asia countries on both sides of the debate make public statements. But as far as national governments,
okay, so which ones opposed it?
In my experience, none opposed it. We explained our rationale. We explained how our decision does not affect natural gas exports to these countries until 2030, right. And that will, under current authorizations, under construction, we'll be doubling our exports.
But
so it was in that context
what you're implying is that no one opposed it and everyone.
I am not aware of public opposition. There is a range of views that there is in this country among individual policymakers in those countries, clearly, yes.
But are you aware that anybody publicly supported it? Any?
No, but I'm saying that
But it's important because what you're implying is that they didn't publicly support it, but behind closed doors, just to me, they were all for it. They just didn't want to say so publicly.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay, well, as long as you're not suggesting that, let me just move on. There are 97 documents, approximately 97 documents responsive to a FOIA request submitted by the public interest group Government Accountability and Oversight regarding the department's study of LNG exports. Why is the department refusing to release those documents?
Sir, I've already addressed all of this.
I'm sorry if I wasn't here.
No apologies, but I'll try to reiterate briefly.
Okay.
So my understanding, again, is that I'm not part of the documents production team. In the FOIA team at DOE, I'm not part of that process. What I understand from that team is that they have engaged constructively with the committee. They have produced documents on 4 different occasions and will be doing so again on Friday. That a large
does that include
and
these
as far
97
as
documents?
I can't speak to the 97 documents. I do know that the FOIA request is under litigation, and so I'm not going to speak to something that's under litigation. But in any case, I'm not involved in that process. What I offered to your colleague earlier is that if there are specific concerns about responsiveness or how this is being approached, I'm happy to take that back to the team and have
Let me ask you this, Mr. Crabtree. 16 states sued the administration And in response, a federal district court issued a stay against the pause going into effect, but the administration appears in violation of that. Why would that be?
The Department of Energy complies with court orders. We in August, we authorized a non-
So are you saying you're in compliance right now with this federal district court, which issued a stay against the pause?
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment on pending litigation, but what I'm saying.
No, I'm just, that's not, the judge issued a stay. It's not pending. He issued a stay against the pause. So is the pause in effect or is it not in effect?
In following the judge's order, the judge's order was in July, and at the end of August, we issued a non-FTA authorization to New Fortress Energy Altamira. And I'm not going to speak to what other activities are underway. Across administrations, this program has not talked about the timing or which specific decisions are forthcoming. I'm not going to change that now.
Let me ask you this. Did the White House meet with TikTok influencers leading up to the pause in LNG exports?
I can't speak to.
Were you involved in any of those meetings?
No, I have
You
no
were not.
involvement
You were not.
whatsoever. I don't even have a TikTok account. I've never
I'm
been
not
on
asking if you
I
do.
know
You don't
aren't,
have
but
to
I
have
mean,
an account.
I've had zero
meetings with a TikTok influencer
Zero,
on the issue,
sir.
right? Okay, and what about with Mr. Bill McKibben? Did you have any meetings with him?
I have never met with Bill McKibben. I know who he is, obviously. I have actually personally never met him, let alone in my time at DOE,
All right.
ever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Yep.
Chair now recognizes our good friend from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crabtree, 16 states sued the Biden-Harris administration over the LNG pause, in response to which a federal district court judge issued a stay against the LNG pause going into effect. Why are DOE and the Biden-Harris regime continuing with the pause and defying the order issued by the federal district court? And I apologize if you've answered this, but I've not received the answer to this in this hearing yet.
What I said just previously with Congressman Perry is that following the judge's order at the end of August, we issued a non-FTA authorization to New Fortress Energy Altamira, and I'm not going to speak to which further applications in the timing of them, but it is our intent to comply with any judge's order.
If it is your intent, then why isn't it happening?
I'm not going to comment further on something that's in
So
litigation.
we're here as United States representatives in an oversight subcommittee, having a hearing, bringing you in from the administration. We have your salary is appropriated by Congress, and it is our role to have oversight and accountability. And for you to sit here and refuse to answer is really struggling. And in fact, it may be the reason why we have to create a commission now, the Department of Government Efficiency Commission, to have actual oversight and accountability on the administration, on bureaucrats. You know, we used to call that Congress, but when we bring you in here, we're just stonewalled. You have a federal court decision on this stay, and this decision is being defied by the administration, and you refuse to comment on why.
Congresswoman, it is common practice for someone in my role not to comment on something that is subject to pending litigation.
It's common that it's frustrating to the American citizens who pay your salary, and these tax dollars are squandered, rules are defied. Now, Mr. Crabtree, this LNG pause, it's clearly just more pandering to the Green New Deal extremists from this administration. Exporting LNG is actually great for job creation, our economy, and even emissions reductions. No one produces energy cleaner in the entire world than we do here in America. The United States produces the cleanest energy in the world, and if the rest of the world isn't getting energy from us, where are they getting it from? They're getting it from Russia, China, Venezuela, from Iran. Our natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russia's gas. This pause is funding both sides of wars around the world. And we need to stop buying oil and gas from Russia, stop begging OPEC, Venezuela, and even Iran to produce energy for us, and start producing and exporting American energy and creating these American jobs. And I'm confident that the next administration, with President Trump's leadership, will prioritize our natural security and our energy security. And the lack of transparency. Yes, sir.
Congresswoman, this decision to pause our pending applications, as I've said several times in this committee, have not led to stopping 1 BTU of U.S. natural gas exports, because we are currently exporting 12 billion cubic feet.
How many jobs have been lost?
Let me finish. We're about to get to 14 billion cubic feet, and we have authorized.
How many jobs?
Authorized an additional.
Actually, the time is mine. The time is mine.
We have authorized an additional 12 billion cubic feet.
How many American jobs have been lost?
And there will be no impact.
Tens of thousands of American jobs have been lost. Absolutely, they have. My district in Colorado has been regulated into poverty because of decisions like this, because of defying federal court rulings. This administration is costing American jobs and livelihood. Mothers are forced to go to work and get a second job.
Mr. Crabtree, can you let the member finish, please? And then you can.
Now, the lack of transparency by DOE is demonstrated not only by the DOE's withholding of the FOIA documents that could answer legitimate requests, but also by DOE refusing to give members of Congress answers to their questions about the LNG export pause. And that's what you're doing today. You're refusing to give us answers here that we are trying to seek. Why is the DOE not responding to questions asked by members of Congress?
As I've already said, we have provided documents on 4 different occasions. We'll do so again on Friday to this committee. As far as the litigation, I am not going to speak to that. And I do have to respond to the issue of jobs. Right now on the Gulf Coast, the development of liquefaction terminals is proceeding at such a pace that they're having challenges finding
the time has expired. I do want, did the Biden administration make the decision to institute a pause on LNG exports to appease climate activists?
No.
I believe they did. My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
The chair now recognizes our good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Crabtree, you know I am. Do you know I am?
Yes, sir, I do. And good to see you again.
That's my district that's been most severely injured by this pause, which has in itself injured the planet, because we most certainly produce the cleanest LNG and transportable, affordable energy for the entire world to consume. And the pause in permitting has created quite a crisis of continuity on massive projects that require international investment. You know these things. So I'm talking to you right now, Mr. Crabtree, and you're talking to me. Is of minor importance what you told other members during this hearing or what you will tell other members after I ask you some questions. What's of major importance is that when I ask you a question, you answer it. And don't raise your finger to me, good sir. Are you the Assistant Secretary for the United States Department of Energy, Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management?
Yes, sir.
Do you lead and direct the fossil energy and carbon management research and development programs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So a court, if it's okay with you, is Article 3. It's part of our Constitution. A court makes inquiries and as official statements and writ of the historical record, and part of this court's historical record was reference to the frequently mentioned report here we can't seem to get our hands on. That a second search on Hotel Quebec 2024-02097 Foxtrot was completed in August 2024. The DOE has subsequently identified 97 potentially responsive documents totaling 4,354 pages. Mr. Crabtree, are you aware of the existence of the 4,354 some odd pages referenced by this court document?
Yes, and that those documents were produced.
No, I asked you, are you aware of their existence? That was my question.
I can't individually speak to being aware of all those documents.
So who would be aware? Because that is it's a research document they're referencing. And you stated earlier, you lead the fossil energy and carbon management research and development programs. So life comes down to one guy, and you're the one guy that if you don't know of the existence of 4,354 pages of research material in your office, who should we ask?
Sir, I actually appreciate that you called it research material because that is the type of material that our labs and our team have been producing for various aspects
Reclaiming
of the
my
overall
time.
study.
You run the research and development programs. You just told me you did. Were you incorrect in that assessment?
I did, but if you're asking me if I'm personally
there's
aware
no
of all
but.
those documents.
Do you
then I
run
can't
the
speak to
research and development
Yes,
programs?
sir, I do.
Yes, and these are research documents. Do we concede that point? These
They're analytical documents.
354, they're research documents, 4,354 pages of research documents out of your office. This committee wants those pages. Will you deliver those 4,354 pages to this committee very quickly or not? Will you deliver those pages? We don't care what's in them. You might think it's crazy, but we get to decide what's in them. We get to review the original evidence. So I'm asking you, in your capacity as leader of your office, you have possession of these 4,354 pages of documents. This committee demands them. Will you deliver them or not, good sir?
Sir, I am not responsible for document production. I will take your request and your insistence back to the team.
What does that mean, take it back to the team?
The team that is responsible for
Will
document
you
production.
submit a request tomorrow that the documents be turned over to this committee?
I will discuss this tomorrow with the team, yes, but I am not involved in that
Can you
process.
identify who the team is?
I'm not going to speak to who's.
What do you mean you're not going to speak to? Are these like CIA members or something?
No, but I'm not
They're
going.
part of your
I'm not
office,
going to
right?
speak to. I'm not going to speak to the individuals that I've interacted
These individuals that work for you?
with. No, the
The
document.
individuals that you work for?
The FOIA and document production work is done by a separate part of DOE.
I'm not for you.
I know, I'm just telling you, both are done
district.
are done
I'm
outside
sitting
of
on
my
this
office,
committee.
sir, is
I'm
what I'm saying.
asking you to deliver these 4,354 pages. You have stated under oath before this committee that you will discuss that request with your quote-unquote team tomorrow. We expect these papers. Somebody, Mr. Chairman, got to be held in contempt if we don't get these 4,354 pages of documents. And some of those people may be sitting in this room. I yield.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member for closing remarks.
All right, well, another interesting hearing before the subcommittee. I would suggest that if folks are looking for missing documents, there might be a certain bathroom in southern Florida where a lot of government documents have been illegally stored. Just an idea. It's also interesting to hear that my friends across the aisle are suddenly very concerned about having social media influencers involved in government decision-making. I hope that will extend to the new subcommittee that a certain billionaire social media owner is hoping to intersect with right here in this committee in the coming years. And I am also intrigued to hear that my colleagues are suddenly very concerned about foreign influence over American energy production, given the amount of Russian disinformation we hear daily inside this committee. But I hope these are all positive signs that we're doing real oversight here. I guess time will tell. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to correct the record here. I've got Reuters article from March 20, 2024 that talks about the oil boom under the Biden administration and how it has fueled job production here in the United States.
Would you like to enter that into the record?
Yes, please.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, so I think it's great to end on a factual note. And I know that the Department of Energy fully plans to, as was stated here today under oath, to release their many-yeared study that is spans multiple national laboratories, multiple disciplines, multiple models, thousands of documents, research activities in the coming days. And it sounds like there's going to be a robust 60-day comment period during which members of Congress can not only look at under the hood at what is in the study, what went into it, they can get documents associated with it. The industries who are interested in it can make comments on it. The environmental community can make comments on it. So for folks who are interested in this topic, stay tuned. It sounds like Department of Energy is going to release their study in just a few short days. So with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. So we, now recognize myself for a closing statement. We said repeatedly, we heard that this was a brief pause. A brief pause is a few days or even maybe a couple of weeks. It's not a full year. And one of my colleagues asked about what industry discussions occurred before this hearing or what industry discussions occurred to prompt this hearing. Did industry ask for this hearing? I can unequivocally say that there was zero discussions with anyone in industry. This was something that we decided to do. Then I heard the comment, kind of a class warfare, anti-capitalistic comment about, well, we're here to pump up the profits. Well, I would rather have American jobs created and sustained and supported than jobs in Qatar or Russia or Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, et al. I am rooting for American profits. I am rooting for American prosperity. I don't want American poverty. And, you could definitely have done, Mr. Crabtree, this study while also approving new export permits. You could have done both. You didn't have to do, it wasn't an either or scenario that didn't need to be mutually exclusive. And then we heard about, well, we have record highs of energy production. A lot of this happens, what we produce today is because of policies that were set in place 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 7 years ago. There is a lag time that needs to be mentioned. And it takes years, and there is a ripple effect. And then for someone of your stature, Mr. Crabtree, to say that a year-long pause has no impact is inane, and it's fatuous. I mean, it's really remarkable that you made that claim. And I think on November 5th, the American people made it very clear that they were tired of an administration playing politics with their future. Enough is enough. When we have members of other nation states and allies come into our office unprompted and beg us to see if there's anything that we can do to have this pause ban lifted, it's really telling. And it's chilling that the president didn't even know, it wasn't seemingly aware of the impact of this pause. And we've seen unnecessary damage done by this administration across industries, especially the energy sector, by leftists that want to demonize energy production. We're not in a situation where we can go completely renewable. I know that that's what they teach these young kids in college campuses, but it's not factual. We are where we are. And then to have the President of the United States at a State of the Union address say that we may need fossil fuels 10 years from now is, again, ludicrous and to the extreme. Now, we'll see what happens 10 years from now. No, there's really never a discussion either on nuclear energy with folks that are on the political left. If you want to talk about reducing carbon emissions, I think that's a discussion that we really should have, if we're serious about this, or if it's just trying to pollute young minds into voting a certain way. So what did this thing serve? It certainly didn't serve Mr. Higgins' district and the energy workers in Louisiana, and wondering why their paychecks are, they're going to have a paycheck, a steady one, after these stalled LNG exports on the Gulf Coast. And it didn't serve mother in Texas who works multiple jobs to afford her family's bills when energy prices inevitably rise during the winter. Who will it really serve is leftist climate activists so they can feel good about themselves at cocktail parties that they're doing something good when they're not. They're causing far more harm. American families suffer when we're not dealing with the realities on the ground. But there is good news. America rejected these policies last month, and we're on a cusp of a new era, I believe, in global energy leadership under President-elect Trump. I think what we will see, not only in the next 4 years, but in the next decade plus, is a renaissance of American energy. And the incoming administration has vowed to end this political nonsense and return common sense policies that benefit all Americans. And the value of LNG exports provide our economy and the energy sector of our allies. I mean, it's synergistic, and it does create a boost, and it can't be overstated. The U.S. is uniquely situated. We've been blessed by history to meet our energy needs at home while at the same time maintaining a strategic advantage as supplying the world with clean, affordable energy. And the more energy that we can produce, we do it cleaner, and export to our allies, it really does put us in a position, former Secretary of State Pompeo was saying when he would negotiate with other nation states and his counterparts and heads of state, it gave him more leverage because we have what people need. And that's, it's all interrelated. In a recent study published in the Sustainable Chemistry and Energy, they found that the American LNG delivered to Europe had a greenhouse gas intensity 22 to 53% lower than previous studies, meaning that previous assessments overestimated the environmental impacts. I'd like to enter this study into the record so our colleagues at the DOE may review these findings, and without objection, so ordered. In the coming years, the world is going to continue to need more energy, not less. And the American people know this because they're living with the impacts of these short-sighted decisions every day. Mr. Crabtree, I am sorry that this administration has put you in a position to have to defend policies that are not in the best interest of the country. It's a failure at the highest level, and the energy industry will not soon forget the harm done by your colleagues. As the 118th Congress soon comes to a close, we have an opportunity to turn the page on the last 4 years and put the interests of the United States front and center once again. America is blessed with an abundance of resources to fulfill our future energy needs, as well as those of our allies, and a workforce is eager to make this possible. The incoming Trump administration is committed to supporting energy workers, both in my home state of Texas and across the country, New Mexico included. And I look forward to the next 4 years ahead. With that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials, to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, or in this case, the witness, unfortunately, which will be forwarded to the witness for his response. If there is no further business, without objection, the subcommittee shall stand adjourned.